Well, last time in our campaign known as the Epics of Irondale. Let me restart that again. I'm just starting strong today.
I love Epips of
Ep- ep-
Irondale
ep- 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 ep-
myself
ep- ep-
personally.
Well, last time on Epics of Irondale, give you that last time on Dragon Ball. No, I don't want to get sued. Um, Last time on Epics of Irondale, our intrepid trio had boarded the Railway Tavern, a magical arcane locomotive slash temporary abode or hotel that transitioned passengers from the northern to the southern and back and forth again ends of the Jamila dynasty along the length of the Jamila River currently are bearing heading north towards the party's intended destination of Tafar, a separate city quite far from the main capital of Callista. Upon boarding, the party assisted in saving a number of abducted passengers who had been snatched away by creatures of the desert known as bone collectors. Upon arriving back with the two of the three injured but alive passengers of the railway tavern, the staff congratulated you and thanked you by upgrading you all to the mithril cabins, some of the nicer cabins aboard the railway tavern. Upon waking up the following morning, you were greeted with a wonderful breakfast, amazing local coffee and drinks and fruit, exotic foods of all sorts, as well as offered an evening engagement with one Lord Almanur, a very boisterous and excitable nobleman who wanted to get to know you better after your endeavors out in the deep desert, saving the two individuals from certain death. Before that evening occurred, you were offered fine garb for the evening. At least a few of you. Some of you choosing not to take upon that offer, but you were treated to a fine dinner, fine drinks aboard the tavern, as well as fine musics aboard the tavern. In the entertainment cart, where you were introduced to not only Lord Almanur, but Lord and Lady Gamon, you had met briefly in the previous nights, as well as a few other individuals boarding the train at various stops, smaller stops along the passage of the railway tavern. Shortly after dinner, Floof and Lord Gamon headed out to the observation car after Floof had adeptly cast Charm Person on the nobleman to try to bury some additional information from the man. Fairly unsuccessfully, unfortunately, out in the observation deck, but you were able to garner a bit of information. A man by the name, or an alias rather, known as the Clergyman, in the city of Grossmauer, somewhere you were told south of the mountain ranges, the Vanarut Mountains. After leaving Lord Gamon to relax, to try to nurse his sudden headaches, you, Floof, left, running into your two companions, Dazes and Trash, who had followed and were listening in on your conversations, just inside the interior portion of the observation car, before you all took your rest for the evening. A rest that otherwise went uneventful until the following morning, when a horrendous cry from a female staff member alerted you all back to the observation car, where now you stand before the motionless, lifeless body of Lord Garmon, now lying dead, staring up at the morning sky as you pass along towards the main portion of your final destination in Tafar. You stand staring at a possible murder. What do you do?
Who else is around here? Is it just us?
You all are at the door currently, looking out, just outside that glass door, looking out, and at your feet, scampering backwards towards the door, a look of abstract fear upon her face, is a young, human, dirty blonde hair staff member that is scampering back as she bumps against your feet, Floof, as she looks up and then looks back at the lifeless body of Lord Garmon lying motionless in front of you, not more than 15 feet away in the center of the deck. But those are the only individuals that you see, are yourselves and the one staff member.
I'll try to smell and see if I could, around the body, see if I could maybe pick up a scent that I didn't pick up on the night before.
Okay. You can give me either a perception check or a medicine check, your choice. But know that the perception will be a slightly higher DC.
Okay. I'll take my chances.
Okay. $17. You all over the surface of the body, starting down around the waist, looking around towards the chest. As you sniff around the body, you closely, as you move further north towards the face, you begin to pick up this sort of acrid scent. It is extremely subtle, but as you get up towards the lips, you can smell the acrid, bile-like scent, a mixture of some chemical component, as well as the scent of potentially stomach bile and other putrid smells. You recognize this scent. It's generally the scent that follows one's nose after they've attempted to vomit. But you also smell the faintest of scents of something abnormal around the lips. And as you look closer, you see not only in the eyes, but around the throat, and you see around the various blood vessels of the face and neck. You see this constriction of said blood vessels, of the throat and the swelling around it. Not necessarily external, as if someone was strangled, but internal, as if the windpipe had begun to close from the inside out, and swelling had occurred. With relative certainty, you can tell that this individual had been poisoned.
Okay. I'll say mouth smells funny, body weird, poisoned.
Are we allowed, like, near the body at all? Like, can I approach it, or are there guards, or?
From what you can see with your passive perception, there doesn't appear to be anyone except for the young woman, that the staff member that sits terrified at your feet. She is backing as far away towards the wall as she can, looking at you all with complete uncertainty upon her face.
Hmm.
Yeah, we should probably talk to her.
I was gonna say, could I like try to, having had like minimal but somewhat of a experience or kind of exposure in my past to like chemicals and poisons and kind of just things like that, would I be able to kind of be able to suss out what might have been involved or what type of poison was used or anything like that?
Are you proficient in medicine?
I don't think so. I'm not medicine. I'm more like
I believe you are proficient in investigation, correct?
I am. No, actually, I don't think I am. I think I'm more into like I have a little bit of background in nature and some in like lots of it. It's like history, just like reading and things like that. So.
Okay. You said you are proficient in nature?
Not proficient again. I just have more
Right.
background in it versus medicine, which I don't have that much.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me, it's your choice. You can give me a medicine, nature. History doesn't really, I wouldn't say history would help here. This isn't so much like wider knowledge of the world. This is more like intricacies of what this substance might be, if that's what you're trying to ferret out. But you can certainly try. You can give me either nature or medicine.
Okay. I guess I'll try a nature check. Ooh. First roll back in a while is nice. So, 18 plus my nature is 4, so 22 total.
22. A very nice roll. With a 22, you look around the area pointed to you from your companion Floof, looking specifically around the mouth, the neck, the blood vessels in the eyes, the lips. You notice a discoloration of said lips. And as you carefully, taking a, anything to carefully move the lips aside, you notice the blood vessels around the teeth and gums have already begun to constrict. Partly due to rigor mortis beginning to set in, but also you recognize the signs of a particular type of substance. One that in your research you have come across. It is a fairly potent natural poison. Or I should say a naturally occurring plant utilized often as a poison. These are the effects of deadly nightshade. In addition, with that 22 roll, you notice that the lips in particular, although partially discolored due to the constricting and the coagulation of the blood in the body and the rigor mortis beginning to set in and that blood beginning to congeal and harden in the body, you notice there's somewhat of another discoloration around those lips. Like there's some sort of substance. And it has sort of a... As you drag your instrument across it, just to grab a little tiny bit of it, you notice it kind of has like a paste-like consistency, a very thin veneer-like paste. And as you are taking this small sample, you suddenly hear loud stomping and shouting coming in from behind you as you watch the conductor Tarmo, accompanied by several other staff members, beginning to rush towards the observation deck. What is all this then? What is going on? What was that? Oh my god. What is going on here? What is going on here? As he looks around. What has happened? Explain yourselves. Well? Why am I staring at a lifeless body?
Dead, poisoned.
Oh my god. Oh, heavenly mother of light, preserve us. Did you all find this here?
No.
Then how did this happen? Who screamed just now? And you watch as the young human girl begins to carry herself up against the wall. Dr. Tomo, that I found it first. I apologize. I couldn't help myself, but I Calm yourself, child. And you watch as a soft, gentle light begins to envelop from Tarmo's hand as he touches the young girl's shoulder. Calm yourself, dear. What did you see? And you watch as this sort of that intense fear and reservation and inability to speak suddenly begins to wash away, like someone poured cool water over her body, kind of washing away that intensity that you saw in her face until now, as this spellcraft sort of takes hold. I came out to clean up anything that remained from the previous night, as I always do. I was making my rounds, sir, and when I came to the door, that's when I found this guest lying unconscious, and I noticed they weren't breathing, and I saw their eyes open wide, and it scared me, sir. I couldn't help myself. Understand? We understand. You there. Take her to one of the empty cabins. Get her something to drink. I'll come and speak to you momentarily, young lady. Please do not speak to anyone else. Try to calm yourself. Collect your thoughts. You watch as one of the other staff members, a half-orcish man with jet black hair, kind of comforts the young girl as he walks her away from the whole incident. And once they're far enough away, you watch as Tarmo immediately spins on his heels and looks at you all. What are you three doing here? What were you doing with this body?
Well, we just gave you more information to work off of than anybody else has been able to give you thus far. We just found out that this person, Lord Garmon, was poisoned.
How do you know that?
Just say this, and I gesture at Floof. He's got a nose like a bear, and I am a learned creature.
You watch as he takes his index and thumb and drags it across the bridge of his nose as he rights his glasses and approaches the body. Whatever you do, starting from here and now, no one else is to touch anything in this scene. This is still my tavern. This is my locomotive, and I will deal with this one way or another. I appreciate your help, but I must ask that you please, as guests of the Railway Tavern, that you do not proceed any further. Do you understand?
I just look at him. I'm not intimidated by him, but it's whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're in danger, but I do kind of push back and just say, well, I mean, all I could say is that, yes, a more high-profile guest of yours has just, passed away on your trade, and at least initial findings seem to show some sort of foul play is at hand, but who's to say he's the only target? You have many high-profile guests on this train. It's only a matter of time before the news gets out. We were a great help to you, a few nights ago.
While Quirky, or rather Trash, is explaining this, I'd like to kind of get on all fours without touching the body, but like log as many scents off the body as I could from like maybe other people.
Sure. Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Okay. Not great.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't really pick up anything else. And as you're doing this, you look as Tarmo immediately gives you just this intense stare of, before saying, "Enough! Get away from the body. We will have the proper authorities investigate upon arrival at our final destination. But as of right now, I ask that you please respect the authority that is given to me as the owner of this establishment and leave the body as it lies."
Okay, I walk away.
But at the same time, Trash, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Yeah. Oh, that was not good. Persuasion. Nope. That was not good. That was like a 4 total.
Young miss, I appreciate all that you have done for us, more than you could ever know. But at the same time, I cannot stress enough that I cannot have any more lives put at risk. And I cannot allow passengers of our tavern to interfere with potential homicide cases. Do you not understand? So I will ask you one last time. Please vacate this deck and return to your rooms at this time.
All right.
You watch as he stands in between you all, asking other staff members that had accompanied him to begin roping off with the... you see the various hooks that are pre-fastened into the exterior walls of the ramp surrounding the interior portion of the observation car. You see those velvet-lined ropes, and he begins ordering them to fasten those ropes to those eye hooks, so people are not allowed to come any further into this specific area. And you watch, once you all are guided inside the observation car, the interior portion, and you are has 2 other staff members that stand at the door, one being that elderly-looking elf with the long nose that you all watched, who typically during the day is observing this area and, kind of acting as its sort of bouncer, if you will, is standing there looking you all, like staring daggers into you all, as he, once everyone is, all the passengers and non-staff members are back inside, you watch as he locks the door and passes his hand over that lock once again, and you see that same sort of arcane sigil float gently over the top of the lock before it fades into nothingness once again. We ask that you return to your accommodations, if you don't mind. Or, if you really must gather some fresh air, you do so in the entertainment cart. Do I make myself clear? And as he says these words to you, you can almost just hear the venom in his voice. And it's a mixture of this, like, not only just disdain for, it seems like for like non-highbrow individuals. It's like if his nose went any higher, if it rained, he would drown. Is what you garner.
Yes, you speak well.
Pardon me?
I'll say yes, you speak well.
Thank you, sir. Now, if you don't mind, please once again vacate this space. And you watch as he takes a step forward again to sort of usher you all away from the door. As you look past, you can barely see Tarmo beginning to observe the observation deck.
Understood.
At this point, what would you all like to do?
I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get food.
Is the entertainment area and the dining car? That's not the same car, is it?
Yes, it is the same car.
Oh, how serendipitous.
By the way, what was the name of the guy who just dismissed us? Is he an actual person of interest or just like a random cart guy?
Give me just a moment. No, he does have a name, and I just forget it off the top of my head. Give me just a moment. But while I look that up, where are you all headed?
I'm going right to the cafeteria, baby. Or entertainment cart.
Yeah, I'll join in with that.
Okay. You all head to the entertainment cart, unsure of what you just witnessed. A bit uncertain, but the only thing you are certain of is that there has been, with relative certainty, is that foul play is certainly afoot aboard the train. That individual's name is Alan Trismus. You saw a like gilded name tag across their chest.
Okay.
It's A-L-E-N. And then their last name is T-R-I-S-M-Y-S.
I have fun whenever you say a name, spelling it however I want, and then seeing how wrong it is.
Oh, you'd be shocked how many times I've misspelled names in D&D campaigns, even ones that I wrote. But yeah, as you all head into the food cart, trying to mentally process the information that is going through your minds, one at a time, I guess we'll start with you, Trash. What is going through your mind right now? Is there anything specifically you are trying to do as you enter in the dining/entertainment cart, or anything that you are trying to think more thoroughly upon, or inspect, or what is going through your mind or your goals in the immediate future?
I would say I'm kind of thinking. I was gonna ask like maybe Dazes because he was kind of more quiet and observing during that earlier confrontation. If maybe he had taken in anything of interest or noticed anything interesting. In the meantime, I am thinking of the use of nightshade, if that is like an easy substance for people to get a hold of, or if it is more rare, costly, etc. And kind of if there's some sort of like motivation behind, like I guess I'm just trying to determine the availability of nightshade to just the common masses, or if it is something that is kind of more closely guarded or more rare.
You can give me either a history or a nature check. Nature would be a little bit lower of a DC, but history will work in this situation as well.
Okay. I guess I should go with. I mean, history. I just have a higher number, so I just feel safer using history. But still rolling poopy. But with that, it's 15 total.
The 15. What you would know about deadly nightshade, there's two forms of this particular substance. There is nightshade, and then there is deadly nightshade. They are two different things. Both look fairly similar to each other as far as the general composition and the location of said. You know that the flowers themselves, nightshade flowers, that they generally grow in the similar locations, that they're not necessarily a rare substance, that they can be found in just about every forest. If you have the general ability to find and forage for ingredients, a lot of alchemists use them in small quantities for sedatives and things of that nature. But when applied in a malicious way, either ingested or in high enough dosages, in a liquid form, applied around the soft tissues, you would know that they can and will be fatal. Nightshade itself is not dangerous. Although it has like a bitter taste, it is not dangerous. Deadly nightshade is a variant of the same genus that you would know of from studying, various alchemical reagents and things of that nature. That particular variant is exceedingly toxic and is often used. That nightshade is not used, or is used as generally as a medicinal herb, and in larger quantities can be more dangerous. But it's a lot harder. Deadly nightshade, even in small quantities, is extremely dangerous. And it is often used to lace poisons. It is often used to take down larger game by lacing arrows and things of that nature in order to subdue a larger, more dangerous enemy without having to go through the more dangerous endeavor of taking it down by force.
Okay.
But it has traditionally been used as a poison. But if you don't know what you're looking for, you could easily mistake one for the other.
Okay.
With that, you said you were going to ask Dazes about something?
Oh yeah, I was just kind of, Dazes, I think earlier you were kind of observing more than in the direct line of questioning from the train conductor. Did you maybe happen to have some thoughts on the whole situation, or maybe if you happen to notice anything?
I was intending to speak to the young woman who discovered the body before us. Unfortunately, that opportunity was dashed a bit more quickly than I had assumed.
Hmm.
But I am considering the timeline of events as a whole. We know as of what time he was still alive
Mm-hmm.
because we left him on the deck last night. But that also makes us a possible suspect depending on how the investigation goes, I suppose.
Right.
And we know of one other person who could be a possible suspect, which is, the lady who was left on the deck when we absconded. So
Yes.
that could be a point of, that could be someone we talk to, as well as, if there was some way we could speak to the young lady who discovered the body as well.
Mhm. Very true. Very true.
Okay. With that, and Floof, what is going through your mind? Same sort of immediate thoughts and immediate thought to action, I should say.
My immediate and foremost thoughts is food. I guess I'm maybe almost subconsciously thinking about what he said about the clergyman and my hunt for this lunarium's source. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly concerned about the death of Garmon because I feel like I got the information I needed from him that he was going to give anyway.
Right. Well, as you are attempting to satiate your immediate need, your morning hunger, you look over the half-elven man with the fiery, extended locks is not behind the bar this morning, but you see that the bar beside it, you smell the early morning smells of cooking meats as well as eggs and toast and things of that nature as a young dwarvish woman with reddish hair is tending to the grill top just behind the bar. The area that you normally don't see as it is covered over during the evening hours as food service is moved to is discontinued, I should say, after a certain point. But you see the young woman. You do recognize her from the previous mornings as the Railway Tavern's primary and head chef, as she liberally greases the flat top and begins throwing on more large portions of food for the meals for various passengers.
Order some food.
Yep, I'll order a whole bunch of food and some coffee.
Oh, hi, dearie. It's going to be a minute if you don't mind to wait. I've got a huge order that insufferable half-elven woman. I'm so sorry, dearie. I understand, and I will have it as soon as I can. It is going to be about an hour, though. That woman has ordered a king's ransom with her food.
I'm not happy about this. Do I see anybody with food in front of them at another table?
I don't know where this is going.
You see...
What do you mean?
You don't see in the car, but you do remember the only the only two individuals that you all have seen that fit that sort of description, that half-elven woman, was Lady Garmon, who you do not know where they are staying, as well as the young woman that you all left on the observation deck when you last saw Lord Garmon still alive.
I will stare at the woman for a bit.
They're not in the car. They're
okay.
yeah. That fits the description of who she's discussing.
Okay.
And you look as she's saying this. You watch as another staff member is briskly, almost to a like a power walk at this point without running. And you watch as the chef's like, "Why, I see you're in a hurry, dearie, but you need to be careful. Take this platter, take it back to the car, make sure that they're fed, make sure that you get it back as quickly as possible. We're running out of silvery here. Hurry up, hurry up!" "Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am." As you watch this dark-haired human girl begin to take plates of food back towards some of the higher-end cars where you all are staying, as well as where you've noticed a higher-end clientele of the tavern is staying, back towards the southern edge of the locomotive.
Why so much food?
I stare as I'm staring at the food. I'm drooling. Okay, and I'm gonna my kind of person my manner person. I'll make a glancing look at Dazes to see if he notices me drooling at this food that I want myself.
Do I? I don't know.
I'm getting up and walking towards the food.
Okay, you begin to follow as this young staff member is carrying a huge plate, a platter of food back the way you all had come towards the Platinum car, one of the similar higher-end individual bedroom cars, heading back that way through a number of the Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald cars, passing through, and in that open sort of common area communal space where you all had kind of taken your meal in the Mithril car, which is just in front of where the observation car is at the end of the locomotive, you see there is a number of people sort of congregating at this time. Some at the front, some at the back. It is chaos in this car as you follow behind. Dazes and Trash, are you following Floof, or is he already on? Okay. Then you would see this as well. It is utter chaos in here as you see what was intended to be sort of a gathering of like a brunch sort of situation has now turned into a screaming and shouting match as you see Tarmo and a number of staff members trying everything in their power to calm a hysterical, dark-haired, half-elven woman you all recognize as Lady Garmon, as she is screaming at the top of her lungs at Tarmo. "You will stand down, and you will allow me to see my husband at this time, now!" Behind that, just as you enter the car, you look to your left as there is a familiar individual sitting there on one of the loungers. Lord Almanur is sitting there, silent, but just eyeing this situation as he sips his coffee, watching, seemingly entertained by this whole insanity, wondering. It's hard to read this individual, but just seemingly entertained by the chaos of what's occurring right now.
I'm reaching for food.
Okay, go ahead. Are you doing this discreetly, or are you just going for it? Okay.
I'm going for it.
Sir, those are the guests. And as you're doing this, you watch as Lord Almanor kind of shakes them off. Oh, don't mind. They're with us. You are, and he graciously, waves. Well, good morning. Have you come to see the carnival?
I stifle a laugh. That's actually kind of funny.
I slowly nod as I shove a big piece of bacon in my mouth.
Is he sitting at a table?
Yes, he's at one of the, there's two, lounge, love seat loungers on either side of this longer table, similar to where you all were sitting in the Mithril cabin further down. They're right at the door. They've got the Mithril car behind them in one of the similar doors, and then behind that is obviously the observation deck where you all observed the body first light this morning. At this point, the sun is beginning to rise in the eastern side, just coming over the top of the mesas. So everything is fairly well lit now by natural light.
Okay. I'll just say, do you mind? And I'll gesture towards the seats around his table.
No, of course. Have a seat. Word is that you all saw this before this whole insanity took hold. What? Please do share. I'm curious beyond words.
Now go ahead and sit down.
What did you all see? What is going on? Someone claiming that there's a body.
I'm just eating.
I'll say, unfortunately, sir, I am unable to disclose information related to this at this time.
Go ahead and give me either a persuasion or a deception, your choice.
Okay.
In fact, don't roll it as a persuasion or deception. Just go ahead and roll the d20 and just roll a straight d20 and add your modifier either or. Don't tell me which one it is. This is going to be an opposed skill check with Lord Almanor. You don't have to tell me which one you're using. Just go ahead and roll it and add your modifier.
All right. I guess I'll do it in here. Might be easier.
Yeah, you should see there's a little dice to the left-hand side that should just let you roll 1d20 without any modifiers in roll 20.
Okay.
All right, and then what's your total with the modifier that you're adding?
2.
Oh, so there's a 0 modifier.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, that makes this easy. All right, give me 1 sec here.
Opposed roll? Not really. Pretty unopposed, actually.
You watch as he stares you down intently, but you can tell he chooses to say nothing about it. But there's a definite suspicious look. Fair enough. I wouldn't want to incriminate myself either, so I understand. But, my goodness. This is quite the odd predicament. And at this time you hear, on the opposite side, standing between the door and the distraught-looking, Lady Garmon, is Tarmo. Ma'am, you will need to stand down and please go head back to your room at this. I will do no such thing! As you hear her cut him off. And you watch as she drives her palm into Tarmo's chest. Give me one moment here. Unfortunately, You watch as this blackish light begins to extend. This energy begins to extend off of her fingers, but he immediately steps out of the way before the fingertips can draw into his body and grabs her wrist and kind of twists it behind her into sort of like an armbar hold, and then calls for a number of the individuals to escort her away. Please take Lady Gamon away at this time immediately. As you watch and she's just struggling the whole way along. Unhand me in this instant! Right now! I demand to see my husband! As she is just, she almost kicks a number of you as she is like pulled away out of the car by these two staff members. At this time, you see a number of other individuals, now that the focus of this chaos is sort of dispersed along, or I'm sorry, the chaos is sort of dispersed along with its main focus of Lady Gamon. You see among the individuals sitting now in this car, now that some of the staff members have kind of dispersed and are doing their best to accommodate some of the other individuals staying here in this car, you see among them there is the young goblin girl that is the attendant to Lady Gamon, who looks extremely confused as this is going on, does not know what to do as her master is being basically disheveled out of the car, and you watch as the staff member, the young goblin, the other goblin girl, the one that is in the staff member's clothing, who I will pull up right now just to remind y'all, who you now know to be named Prim. I'll go ahead and pull their picture up. You watch as they kind of put a hand upon the other goblin girl's shoulder, and sitting just behind that, you see a beautifully done up young blonde-haired elvish woman wearing a similar gown to the one that you all watched the previous night, but more of a rosé sort of color this time, but of a similar high caliber dress. Her hair and makeup done up to the nines. Despite this not being any type of significant event, but you can definitely tell that a severe amount of detail and time has been taken into this, either via magical means or via... did that pull up for y'all?
No,
did not? Okay, let me show. Hold on one moment. Whoops. I apologize. Give me a second here. I was not doing that on the right screen. Ignore the man behind the curtain. That would be why. I was like, why won't it show up? That would be why. Yeah, don't do that. There we go. Come on.
Right, I remember.
There we go. Yeah. You're looking right now as... Why didn't it show up on the other screen? Anyway, I'll fix that in post. Anyway, you see that they were... on one hand, you look as they were already beginning to sort of strap on these iron knuckles, brass knuckles, if you will, on their left hand. Their other hand holding the shoulder of the goblin girl. And now with a bit of time to observe this other goblin girl, you can see that although their clothing isn't like rags, it's not much higher than that. You can definitely tell the clothing that this individual is given is especially considering the opulent clothing that Lord and Lady Garmon were wearing while being accompanied by this seemingly young attendant girl. There is a stark contrast. And even at this distance, you can see around the neck of this girl is this thin, dark, manacle-like chain that extends all the way around the neck. With this going on, what would you all like to do?
Who is it that's with her?
Pardon me?
Who is it that is that's with her right now? The goblin girl?
Prim, one of the staff members.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, give me an insight check, if you don't mind.
Oh, brother. Nat 1 + 4.
With a nat 1, looks like a goblin.
Looks like a goblin.
Looks like a girl.
Are there any beverages on the cart?
You see there are pitchers of coffee as well as ice water, various decanters of... there are decanters of juice as well as some mixed, like mimosa style, like sparkling wine mixed with various fruit juices that are being served by the staff members now that the chaos is beginning to settle down a little bit. And Tarmo is carefully whispering to a number of the staff members on the opposite end of the car.
All right, I'll grab one of the decanters of the juice / bubbly thing because I think it probably looks more fun than the other ones.
Sure.
And as I grab it, I kind of want to, I don't know, feel like I should remember something, but don't know if I do or not about a drink. And then, I don't know, above the table, I'm actually in character and out of character because I'm trying to remember if somebody brought us brought Garmon a drink while we were out there, or if somebody was mentioning a drink being brought to him.
Yes, you do recall that his wife had brought him a glass of honeyed milk that he was sipping while having the conversation with you the previous evening. That it was, you could clearly smell the honey and the cream of the milk.
Okay.
That these would not be unfamiliar scents to you, especially in that close proximity.
I'll kind of slowly drink. I'll keep doing what I'm doing, but slowly and thinking about this. I'm not going to say anything about it, but I am trying to, I don't know, think that that's important for some reason, but I don't know why. If that makes sense.
Right. As you're grabbing this decanter and you get closer to the two small goblin girls, you hear just barely whispers from the young staff member, the one with the brass knuckles. Do you think you can leave? Is this enough? Can you escape their grasp? Before you're turning away to come back to your group.
I don't think I would have paid much attention to that, unfortunately.
Well, either way, that is what you hear.
Okay.
With your passive perception.
Okay.
We wouldn't have heard it, right? It was just...
No, not at your proximity, no.
Okay.
But Floof,
Well-
do you acknowledge this and share this with anyone, or do you just keep this information that you heard to yourself?
I'll say, train moving, where you go.
And you're saying this to the goblins?
Yeah.
You look as Prim kind of turns around, and they, even when they were whispering, that it was such a faint sound that without your proximity to them, you wouldn't have heard anything. But you look as the other goblin girl kind of stares at you, and at this distance, you can now see this collar, this choker around their neck is quite close to the flesh of their neck, and you can see even signs that of tension around the flesh at this distance, and you can see this sort of intensity in the eyes. But you look as you watch as Prim, the staff member, kind of turns to you and just kind of gives you the wave away, without saying anything, but just to step back away from this section of the cart, as Tarmo is still having discussions with the staff members.
Okay. I'll walk away. I'll say, jump off moving train. You die, stupid.
You watch as the staff member of the goblin girl kind of shakes her head, now looking at you with a fierce intensity, and just shakes her head as, she kind of clangs her fists together, and you see sparks kind of come off of these two brass knuckles.
Alright,
Just this.
I'll walk back over to Dazes and Trash and say, small elf gonna die next.
I'll ask Floof to explain what that means, because it makes no sense to me.
Yeah, we have literally no context for what you're saying.
In Floof's elegant way of speaking, he will explain what I was just told.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I can give a quick rundown of how slavery works
Okay.
to give some context to the situation.
I'm sorry.
I'll say, so Alpha runs pack and others listen. I don't know. Hello.
More like alpha. I'm trying to relate it.
I'm
to
trying
that.
to relate it to like I don't know, pack animals or something, but not understanding.
It's so strange that slavery is such a human concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Says a lot about our species, if I'm not.
We're making social
And in today's episode of
clarifications.
D&D
and
can teach social commentary, y'all.
storytelling for the win.
What would be the best equivalent? Oh, okay. You know how in nature there are these parasites that grow their babies like in colonies, and then the colonies bring up the babies. I don't know where I'm going with this. I kind of like that. Maybe.
Trash, give me a general intelligence check.
Okay, intelligence check.
Right.
What is mine? General intelligence. So do I add like my intelligence modifier?
Yeah, just roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
All right. Well, that was a 22.
Wow. Okay.
I rolled
Floof,
an 18. So.
somehow with this clarification of mind-altering, like parasitic relationships of creatures in the wild, you understand almost immediately the concept of slavery.
Take that.
Okay.
There we
I'll
go.
nod
At least to the
slowly.
degree that Floof could possibly understand such a foreign social concept, but it generally makes sense in Floof's mind to at least a rudimentary degree.
Hey, we got there.
Yeah, I'll just kind of be nodding slowly, like, oh, okay, weird.
But
so I'll
go ahead.
I'll just conclude it by explaining that essentially, yeah, the goblin girl is most likely trying to just escape, probably by paying off, or I don't know, owners might be like the wrong word there, but
I have a note here that says "Trash explains slavery."
Using parasitic relations.
Man, we are getting demonetized tonight. All right, moving on. As this is going
Meanwhile,
on,
Mr.
this
sitting
difficult
right next to us.
social conversation, you watch as one of the staff members comes in and begins having an intense conversation with Tarmo at the other end of the car. At this distance, it's impossible by normal means to hear what's going on as they are kind of whispering back and forth. But you see, after a few moments, this intensity takes over Tarmo as they immediately, their eyes turn towards the other end of the train as they ask. He looks as he points wordlessly at two staff members to remain at the door, as he and one other staff member immediately just begin rushing off. And you see as he looks at Prim as he's passing by, and just orders her to remain here, as they begin stamping back towards the other end of the train.
Where the body is?
No, back towards the front of the train.
Okay. Is Lord Almanar still? We still sitting with Lord Almanar?
Yeah, he's just watching this all go on, kind of wordlessly.
Slavery conversation.
Yes, yeah, he
All right. I was just curious.
seems to be listening, but more so like just half listening as he's observing what's going on with what's going on in the opposite end of the car, given what had occurred with Lady Garmon. But as your attention kind of turns towards him, yes, for those of you who don't understand, yes, I do believe that young girl, that little goblin, is, how do I put this kindly? Yes, that is a collar of servitude around their neck. I haven't seen them in quite some time, but the last time I did was among the mines further north, into the mountains of Vanarut. Usually, those who are heavily in debt, or those who are captured among the various goblinoid tribes, or are any number of ill-gotten circumstances arrive where they are essentially forced labor. I will say that this one's probably the luckiest of the bunch to be a hand servant, if you will, Most are not so lucky. They work in the mines until their bodies give out, and they are discarded. Like tools.
Unfortunate.
Quite. Unfortunately, such is the life of individuals less fortunate in this continent.
But there's no law protecting them?
Unfortunately, those with the most power set those laws.
I'll say I'm gonna say that's stupid. I'm gonna pick Prim up and attempt to break the collar off of her neck.
Prim's not the one with the collar. That would be the other.
Okay, then yeah, her.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. This is going to be an opposed athletics check against as you go to grab the young goblin girl. Prim immediately sees what you're doing, is going to try to stop you. As this is going on.
Trying to stop you too.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll. Yeah, you can all roll athletics.
I didn't roll well, unfortunately.
All right, I need that dice or something.
All right, give me a moment here. I gotta find.
It's time to sage your dice.
Yeah.
Y'all are really
With the computer, that's
not
the
rolling real hot right now.
Dice jail.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a moment here. I gotta look up a stat block. You go to grab them, and you watch as Prim immediately swings to grab at your arm, Floof, with an unreal amount of strength, but not so much to grab as they swing around and catch your forearm with the end of the brass knuckle.
Okay. So she stopped me.
Yeah. Oh, she's gonna strike you in the forearm with the brass knuckle. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
Okay. Let's see here. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as well.
Ooh.
Nat 20, baby.
All right. You are not paralyzed, but you feel this intensity of electrical charge surge through your arm as you go to grab the young goblin girl. And you do take 3 points of bludgeoning damage and 4 points of lightning damage as you feel this charge shock you up through your arm and into the center of your chest as you kind of jolt back away from the young girl. And then you watch as Prim steps in between the two of them and cracks again. You watch that electrical charge slam off the two brass knuckles as she takes a fighting stance between you and the young girl.
I'm just gonna hold my arm and kind of kiss my little boo boo, and I don't know, just that's it.
And you watch as two staff. Prim, what's going on? What's going on? And you can't really hear what they're saying. She kind of steps up to them and they lean down as she kind of whispers to them in their ear. Sir, I ask that you do not attempt to grab other guests. What is going on? What were you saying, Dazes?
I'm just gonna go ahead and insert myself between Prim and Floof.
Okay.
A little bit. Just gotta push him, I guess, back towards the table.
Okay. Do you say anything, or you just do this wordlessly?
Well, I push him wordlessly, but then I guess at the same time, kind of turn around towards the group, and I'll say, my apologies. My compatriot meant no harm, I assure you.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Can I like back him up? Like I would like to mirror what he's saying.
Sure, yeah, you can go ahead and roll with advantage.
Better than a 2.
Did you roll your second time?
Oh,
I'm backing you up, so you got advantage.
okay.
Yeah, you get the help action from Crash.
All right. Well,
Okay,
Well,
14's not bad. See to it your friend stays within the confines of their own personal space, please.
of course, of course.
And as you're stepping away, Dazes, and you're kind of the Prim and the young goblin girl, and she's kind of like motioning her away from Floof towards the other end of the car. You look down, and there's a small scrap of paper on the ground that wasn't there before.
I'll pick it up discreetly.
Okay.
And I guess we'll go back to the table. And yeah, I guess I'll open it up. I assume it's folded or something.
Yeah, it's crumbled up. Like it looks like it was like crumbled into somebody's pocket or in between like the ruffles of a shirt or something, but fell out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'll open it up. See what's inside.
Okay. You see a couple different pieces of handwriting on this swiftly scribbled note. The first reads, "I know what you are. I need you to work your magic." And then the second bit of handwriting reads, "Rivo, can you help? I have to sing." Like
Does it look torn? Like a torn? Like it's torn, or is it?
It just looks like a
a
scrap of paper. Yeah, it looks like a scrap of paper that was passed. With the first handwriting, it looks distinctly different than the second.
Mm-hmm.
The first sentence was, I know what you are," "you cannot hide, I know what you are." Or you cannot hide, I know what you are, I need you to work your magic.
Okay.
And then the second handwriting reads, "Rivo, can you help? I have to sing."
Do we know that name? We haven't come across a Rivo yet, have we?
You have,
Rivo is
actually.
the
Isn't that the bartender?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, okay.
With that information,
Yeah, I do show it to the group also.
Okay.
Yes.
with that information, what would you like to do?
Try to remember the singer's name also. Is that Verity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you would remember them announcing themselves and introducing themselves during the entertainment hour of the previous evening and the one before that as the
Okay.
resident entertainer of the Railway Tavern.
Okay.
Sorry, my notes are kind of all over the place. So the little girl, or not little, I guess, but girl that we can see with the who was like the slave is
The staff member goblin girl?
the staff, yeah.
Yeah, that's Prim.
Not Prim, but the other
Oh,
the other girl who Floof was trying to rescue or at least get to and try to.
Yes.
Do we know like who she's working for, or like if
You would remember that she was accompanying the Lord and Lady Garmon.
okay.
She was some type of attendant, is what you would gather from with your passive perception and understanding, your insight.
Okay.
I feel like we have a lot of
We've got
possible
some
avenues here.
Yeah, we've got some leads. I'm kind of a bleeding heart for people that are, caught in situations where they're not free and stuff, so I have a vested interest in speaking to the little girl and perhaps seeing what she knows, but also maybe potentially helping her with her situation.
Okay.
I feel mutually as well.
Well, what would you all like to do?
It will have to be, if we would like to speak with her, we might have to be a bit more,
Discreet.
yeah.
Hmm.
A bit less straightforward, as we've shown. As I glance at Floof slightly.
Basically catching side eye for both of us. Like, but I think maybe in the meantime, maybe we let the heat of this interaction or this moment kind of die down a bit. Maybe we go try to speak to the bartender and circle back.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Sure.
All right.
Are you good and full, Floof?
I'm good and full, baby. I pat my belly, say I'm good to go.
While you all are doing this, if somebody would kindly roll me a d20, just a straight d20.
Not me.
I'm coming off a hot net 20, so I'll do it.
You want to do it?
No.
Okay. We will see what that amounts to in some time. But at this time, you all are heading back up the car through the remainder of the platinum car, up through the emerald, sapphire, and ruby cars to the entertainment and dining car, where you can see that the red-haired head chef is in the process of cleaning up after the whirlwind of food that they made prior, aided by a number of staff members. And you begin to see on the other end of the bar the half-elven man with the fiery mane of hair extending up towards the ceiling of the car, beginning to prepare for the midday and evening entertainment and festivities of the car. What would you all like to do?
Is he behind the bar currently?
Yes, he is at the far end of the car, behind the bar.
Well, I suppose we can approach the bar.
I will order a drink.
Unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait a minute. We're still not ready for service at this time. But if you give me another 15-20 minutes, I'll be ready for you.
I give him a look, but That's fine.
Well, Floof is doing this, Dazes, and Trash, what are you doing?
Trying to think of how to breach the subject.
Yeah. Because if what we know is true, and we shared a meal with this guy, the most likely suspect is that his drink or whatever nightcap he had was poisoned, and that's the final kind of delivery to take him out. So just, and with the note with this bartender, I just don't want to. He's a bit of a hothead, so
Is that a pun? Isn't he on fire?
yeah, that's why.
Okay. Nice.
You know, little wink, little
Nice,
nudge,
nice.
but
Do-do-do.
so I don't want our questioning to not yield any good results, if that makes any sense. So I'm trying to think of like how we could even tactfully approach asking him anything about this.
As an aside, Stopper, in
Mhm.
one of the previous sessions, you had like a sort of a drink menu.
Sure.
At one point.
Yes. I don't
I
think
guess-
I have it saved any longer. I apologize. I can read them off to you real quick. I don't have it saved in Roll20. There is the Misty Morning. There's the Smoking Gargoyle, the Bugbear, the Steam Engine, the Executioner's Axe, and the Flaming Hairy Eyeball. You all previously had the first time you've tried the Steam Engine, and you also tried another drink called a Firework, which was the one that you had just the night before, which is a variation of what you see on the drink menu. It's a variation of the kind of like an off the menu item. A variation that you notice is very similar to the Flaming Hairy Eyeball.
Can I guess, can I just ask Rival if he minds if I ask a couple questions about I guess like the bar setup?
What would you like to know? I've been working here about 4 or 5 years now. I came on shortly. Tamo offered me work, and you know, I had an in with Verity. She was a friend of mine from past endeavors.
Oh, you've known each other for a while then.
We had gotten to know each other off and on over the years. She's a good one, that one.
Yeah, her voice is intoxicating.
She definitely has quite the angel's voice, I'll admit.
Really puts a spell over you.
Right. Well, I'm just about cleaned up here. Did y'all want a drink? What's on the menu this morning? You feeling a little parched from the night before? What's going on here?
I'll take one.
Hey, what are you having today, sir?
I don't know. Something tasty.
Right. Let me make this one a stiff one for you. I'll go ahead and bring you as one of our morning mesa mimosas. And you watch as he kind of makes up, instead of the sparkling wine that you saw previously, you see this concoction of fruit juice mixed in with a harder liquor, and then he mixes in just a splash of seltzer water to give it that bubbly texture before rolling it over the bar to you.
Yeah, I'll start drinking it.
What about you, Stu? What are you having?
Well, I don't think I want anything too heavy. It's early in the day. Maybe just what was it called? A misty
Morning.
Misty morning, yeah.
All right. He makes it. He begins to mix it up. It is a combination of like a tranquil blue liqueur, as well as the same sort of fruit juice that was in Floof's drink, and then a splash of seltzer. And then he slowly mixes it up over a spoon, so it has this kind of hazy, foggy quality to it, as he rolls it over the top of the smooth, polished bar to you.
Thank you, good sir.
Of course. And for you, little lady?
Yes, I will follow suit with a misty morning, please.
You watch as he makes up the same sort of drink and rolls it down the bar to you.
And like while this is happening, I guess I go like, psst, Floof, don't you have that thing where you could loosen people's lips, make them talk, they're more friendly? Something like that.
My eyes perk up, and I'll kind of glance between Rivo and you, seeing if that's what you want me to do.
As slyly and stealthily as I can, one thumb up.
Okay.
All right, I will cast Charm Person on Rivo.
Okay. As you go to reach out and touch his hand, as you kind of discreetly go to order another drink as you quickly finish the first and touch his hand. He is a half-elf, so he does get advantage on the save. So what's
Okay.
your half-elves do get advantage on the save. What is your DC, Floof?
Okay, 15.
15, all right.
Wisdom.
You watch as the hand sort of slips over the top of his, as you feel this energy, Floof, pass over your hand. And initially you feel some resistance to this endeavor. But against odds, you watch as a sly smile creeps over the half-elf's face as he looks directly at you. I like you, friend. What's your name?
Floof. And I'm gonna give both Dazes and Trash a look suggesting that it was successful, and a nod suggesting that they should leave.
Oh, like leave, like go away.
At least go to just out, not to a far end of the cart. Yeah, I don't know, just somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll take our
Drinks
and maybe move to like a table that's like a few feet away, like not directly in front of, and just kind of a bit further down.
Okay.
Take a seat.
something within earshot, maybe.
Yeah.
Similar to the night before, you all kind of sit off to the side, beginning to, nurse your drinks as you listen in, kind of hiding in plain sight, as Floof, seemingly successful in casting Charm Person on Rivo. You look over as he's got that same sort of sly smile looking at you.
Okay. I'll say you make good drink.
Well, thank you, friend. It's always appreciated when people can. It's always appreciated when I get a compliment about my drinks. Most people just like to get lit, but yeah, I can do that.
Lit?
Anybody can do that. Fucked up, pissed, drunk.
Oh. And
3 sheets to the wind. Take your flavor.
I'll point at the menu and just kind of say, these all drinks you make? These all the drinks you make?
Yeah, I dabble in here and there. I've traveled a fair bit in my short 300-year life, and I've picked up things here and there. A little fun here, a little run away from the cops there. A little excursion into dangerous parts over there. But now I kind of use that experience to make me some interesting sounding drinks. It's a lot safer, if you know what I mean.
I'll put a little more serious look on my face, and ask, is there secret menu?
What kind of secret menu? What you looking for?
Something dark, night, shady looking. Nightly shit. I try and use some wordplay to put the words nightshade in my words.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, and you do have advantage.
Okay. Persuasion. Oh god, that's I need advantage on that. Advantage roll.
Roll one more time.
Your doctor.
I don't know what quite you're looking for, friend, but, I got cloudy sort of drinks if you're looking to, hide a little bit of extra alcohol or something in them, but, not quite sure what ingredients you're looking for. Usually a good one for that either be the smoking gargoyle or, my personal favorite, the variant of the eyeball, which is called the firework.
Okay.
Not on the menu, but, those who know, you know. You know.
Yes. I'm sure all good drinks. You cast spell on drink ever? I'm losing my subtlety, guys.
Go ahead and give me another persuasion check. Give me one more.
Yikers.
I can't say that I can, friend. It's not usually above the level to be casting spells on customers' drinks. Even if they ask for it, it's not a good idea. Some people don't generally take too kindly to that sort of thing.
Sorry for this too.
But, some drinks get people a little more loosey-goosey than others. More susceptible to enjoying themselves,
You serve poison drink, kill Lord Almanor?
Oh no.
We heard that, right?
Sorry.
Go ahead and give me just a straight persuasion roll.
Oh no.
You have advantage, but that was a pretty,
Yeah,
dark question. So go ahead and just give me a straight persuasion.
Alright, that's one.
Okay. Well, no, you just do the one.
Oh no. Okay.
No, yeah, just the one. Last was a nat
Wow,
22.
if only it was the
We're
other
gonna
one.
take the first
No.
one. Friend, I ain't never poisoned nobody, okay? That's just... Why would I kill somebody who's paying me coin? Come on.
Hey, Dazes, look, I think we should recover this scenario. I don't know how, but I think we should go over there.
Yeah, let's
I'll say
Yeah.
money to kill someone more.
Oh,
oh, that was fast.
Go ahead and give me
Let's-
another
let's
just
go for it.
straight persuasion.
oh Lord, have mercy.
14. Brother, I ain't never poisoned nobody.
That's
I have
good.
definitely gotten people super drunk, so they enjoy the music. But I ain't never poisoned nobody.
That good, and I'll drink my drink. I'll finish it.
Okay. He still seems surprisingly, okay around you, but, he's kind of giving you the, like, how drunk are you, friend, kind of side eye? You're kind of a lightweight asking weird questions.
Can I have another drink?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you are in the mithril cabin. You got your drinks around the house with that package.
Then I'll take 2.
All right, what would you like?
Same thing.
Yeah, he makes you 2 more. The second one you recognize as a similar drink to the night before. And as you look at the glass, you suddenly realize, all 3 of you, as you look at this drink, that there is a distinct gap in your memory of the previous night.
Time to start depressing, huh?
When? Can we remember?
I mean, okay, outside
bit
of
more
the
after.
game, it was when they started singing, we were like
Yeah.
lulled into a weird thing where none of us recognized like the passing of time. But none of us detected that was happening.
You remember shortly after, what sparks that gap in memory is looking at this drink. You remember there's a distinct gap where you don't remember what sort of happened for a short period of time between the time that you saw that drink and the time that you realized that it had already gotten later. That what seemed like, mere minutes was actually more like an hour.
Okay.
Like, you had that distinct feeling of lost time at one point. All 3 of you.
Okay.
Which drink is this? I asked Rivo.
That's the firework. That's a personal one. Your buddy, Lord Almanor, actually gave it the name the other night. I hadn't come up with one yet, but that seems to fit the bill.
Do you mind I ask what's in it?
Yeah, of course. It's similar to my personal favorite up there, the flaming hairy eyeball, but it swaps out the orange liqueurs for something a little spicier.
Spicier.
Yeah, spicier. Go ahead and give me, Dazes, give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Come
Oh, those
on,
persuasion
please,
checks.
please.
My persuasion is not that much better than yours.
With a 12. Look, friend, don't tell nobody. But, yeah, there's this particular tree nut that grows, on the end of the Sierra Passage. And, yeah, it's, similar to nutmeg in its flavor, but, yeah, it'll really do the trick when you mix it with some alcohol. What normally feels like a singular drink, you drink a little bit too much of this, it'll feel like 10. You mix that with some good music, some dancing, man, you can lose track of time in no time.
Was
Oh, interesting.
there a period, maybe the other night when we were here with the aforementioned party where you could tell that maybe we were a bit gone? Eyes were a little glazed over.
I mean, a lot of people get swashed when they're here for a long period of time, you know, especially middle of the trip. You know, the nobles get in here, they get the coin flowing, you know, they have too many
Oh.
drinks, you know.
But us specifically, the other night when you were working here, did we seem a little bit dazed when something maybe exciting was happening around the performance with the singer?
What do you mean with the singer?
I mean, I feel like we all kind of experience what you're describing, so we're just kind of trying to get a sense of what happened during that time, because yeah, it really did feel like all of us kind of forgot a little bit about that night.
Look, I'm here to make everybody's time good and happy. What you do and, you know, with your inhibitions here and there, you know, and as long as you're not throwing up on the floor or swinging and throwing hands at people, I really don't care what you do with your personal time. You know, that's why you're here, for the entertainment. You know, I don't take particular, you know, stock of everybody in the bar unless they're making a scene. I just try to make sure everybody has a good time.
So nothing unusual happened that night then that you would take stock of? It just kind of seemed like a normal night.
No more than usual.
All right.
Do you mind if I ask, Rivo? When Lord Almonor ordered these drinks for us, do you recall if he ordered the same beverage for himself as well?
You look as he gives you, his eyes narrow as he looks right at you, Dazes. What are you getting at, friend?
And I trust you.
Give me a persuasion check.
Can I insight check while this is happening?
Sure.
Like for his answer kind of thing?
You for what answer?
Well, because Dazzy said, "Can I trust you?" And I want to insight the answer, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, sure. So, Dazes, go ahead and give me a... Okay. What do you know about Lord Almanor, friend? Speaking to you, Dazes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I believe it's possible that Lord Almanor may have intentionally ordered these drinks for us last night in order to disguise our recollection of the evening.
What makes you say that?
just a hunch.
Go ahead and give me one more persuasion check with advantage.
Advantage, let me see. Right click.
Did it go through?
Oh yeah, it didn't show up.
No, not yet.
Well, I mean, I could tell you, I guess.
Okay.
15 out of 19.
15, so 19.
Yeah. That's weird that didn't go through though.
He leans in pretty close to you all. You got any proof of what you asking, friend? Those are some pretty stiff accusations you're making. Old Almanua's not some podunk noble you want to be messing around with. I ain't sticking my neck out for anybody either.
Should we show the note?
I'm wondering if the note would be sufficient proof. It could be.
Might not be, but I don't know what else we could present. Because we don't really have evidence.
Yeah. No, I was definitely not going off of evidence. I guess we can pull it out though. I mean, at the very least, it does have that. But it has something related to him on it, so it might help.
Okay. So you pull out the note?
Pull out the note and. Yep. Pull out the note.
Where did you get that?
I'll say I found it on the floor in whatever car we were in, where Lord Almaro was sitting, and you know, whichever car that was.
Where you found the note?
Yeah.
That would have been the platinum car.
Platinum car, okay. Yeah, I'll say I found it on the floor of the platinum car.
Told that little gremlin to throw that away. And he watches the.
Info, Rivo.
Pardon me?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, what were you gonna say?
I just said care to share some info.
He watches his
that's
hair
right.
kind of ignites in a bit of quiet frustration, and kind of, you know, you see kind of the intensity of the heat at this proximity. You can begin to feel it. Look, I ain't killed nobody. But I got people I gotta protect. Especially against people like that. He seems all buddy-buddy when he's around yous. But you have no idea what that man's capable of. I had to do it. I didn't have any choice. But I didn't kill nobody.
You had to do what exactly?
Made your drinks a little stronger than usual. A little bit more of that special spice.
Look, we're not trying to get you in trouble or implicate you in any way. We are just trying to get to the bottom of this, and if you feel comfortable sharing with us what you know, we promise we will not do anything to get in your way or have trouble coming back to you. We just want to know what happened while our memories were a little bit hazy yesterday night. If
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, not 20.
Nice.
Whoa.
The other one was a 9, so thank God.
Nice.
You watch as Rivo looks over. On the wall, there's a number of portraits. And then looks back at the drink that he made for Floof. Similar to the one you all had with your round of drinks ordered by Lord Almanor. Look. I got people I gotta protect. And you look as he eyes over at that picture, and in the portrait, it's a line of portraits, kind of like the current staff members of the railway tavern. And you see he's looking specifically at the one of Aridi, the beautiful singer, the resident entertainer of the car. Aridi's she's important to me. And I'll be damned if any of yous do anything to harm her. Know that I will gut you all like a fish. You do anything to harm her. She didn't do nothing wrong. She came to me and she was almost in tears because of that prick. That nobleman asshat. A former employer. That one. He's about as slimy as they come. Unfortunately, he's got some dirt on her. She came to me and she wanted to make sure y'alls had a real good time. So I made your drinks a little stronger. That way, extra special singing did the trick. I promise you, anything happens to her, I won't hesitate at all. I don't care what happens to me. But you do not touch her. And if you're working for that prick, Almanor, well, you better make sure you never see me again. She didn't do nothing wrong. She did what she was told to make sure she didn't have her secret told to the world.
Listen, we don't work for any of the players involved. We're just trying to get some answers. Believe me, we don't want to hurt her, nor do we think that she is doing this or doing anything out of a selfish interest. we can tell who's really moving the chess pieces around here, and we just want some answers. So
After her last song, y'all were in a pretty good days. And, well, Lord Halmanor, he had a little poke around, you know, the big guy, the other prick of a noble.
Garmon.
Yeah, that one. By the way, where is he? Usually comes around this time of day and asks for some stupid shit. He's been on this train one too many times.
It's probably running somewhere.
Right. Well, he gave his neck a little poke, and once y'all started to sober up a little bit, that's when, you know, yeah, the big guy, Garmon, whatever the, Gargantuan, whatever the fuck his name is.
The dead guy?
Wait, what?
God.
Jesus Christ.
What dead guy? What do you mean the dead guy?
I look at Dazes and trash.
I stared daggers back at you.
I mean, the guy's an ass, but I wouldn't want him dead.
Well, that makes one of you.
I wouldn't mind throwing him off the train, but I don't want to kill him. What do you mean, dead guy?
Didn't you think our line of questioning was a little bit interesting?
Is that why Tomo's all in a huff and a puff? Running around the train like he just saw the goddess Helios herself?
Yeah. So, we're just trying to get to the bottom of things before he comes to some wild conclusion, because he's not going to start pointing fingers at the high and mighty Lord Almanor, and it's only a matter of time before he looks for a scapegoat or sticks this on somebody who's truly innocent in this.
Oh, he's not gonna stick anything on me, Novoriti. With family.
Not you, but there's other people around here. Less important.
As you say that, you watch and you hear the door behind you all slam where you had come before. As you watch as Prim, holding onto the wrist of the little goblin girl, comes barreling through at like full dash through the dining car, all directly by Tarmo and a number of the other staff members. Prim, you stop right there, right now. Stop where you are.
They're running away, right? Like that's what's
They are
happening?
running at this time. They are probably like 10 feet running towards you guys to the other side of the car. What do you all do?
But like trying to pass us, like run past us.
Yes, they are running past you all.
Okay, I'm going to act like I have no idea what's going on and get in the way of the people pursuing them as much as possible. Like I'm going like full blob mode. Like I'm gonna act like I'm drunk. I'm turning into a full like pile of blob. Like I don't know what's going on. What's happening?
Stopping the pursuers or stopping Prim and the goblin girl?
Stopping the pursuers.
Okay, go ahead. How are you going about stopping them?
I'm literally going to like deform my body. I'm going to turn into like a pile, like a puddle on the ground and act like really super drunk and like really slow these people down.
All right,
like,
what's your
oozing in front of them.
Okay, so you're gonna turn into an ooze puddle and try to stop them.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. I like it because you can deform yourself and take different shapes. Don't you have like some sort of amoeboid pseudopod thing?
I can...
Yeah, go ahead and give me an attack roll with that pseudopod deal. We'll let this we'll kind of theater the mind this, but yeah, go ahead and use that as an attack roll to see.
Okay. To be fair, it doesn't actually the pseudopod is like it can manipulate objects or it can open like doors, containers.
Okay, it can't make attacks though.
It cannot directly attack.
Okay.
It can't lift anything more than like 10 pounds, but I don't know. I'll just say like I'll use it to like grab a chair and pull it in the way. Like I'm doing everything I can to just
Right,
like
okay.
really just make it so
Go
that they're
ahead
like, what the hell
and-
is this?
Right. Go ahead and make an attack roll and use your... I'll let you go ahead and use your spellcasting modifier. Like you would
Okay.
make a melee or a ranged attack roll.
Okay.
And we'll just kind of... We'll make this work. I like where this is going, and we'll rule a cool this one because I like where this is going.
Okay. So attack with my. So I rolled, and then
Right.
I'm gonna add.
So add your roll the d20, add your spellcasting modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Okay, my spell casting modifier is intelligence, right? So it's 4 plus my proficiency is 3, so that's 7.
Right.
Plus
so
my roll, which is 18.
All right.
So that is a total of 25, I believe.
All right. So they have to make. I will say they have to make. There are 3 of them chasing after 2 goblins, and I will say they have to make a DC 18 dexterity save
Okay, I'm just like, what's
to match
going
your.
on?
We'll
And I'm
roll
like,
a cool this, and we'll kind of. I'm just gonna homebrew this situation because I like where this is going. They all have to make a. We'll start with Tarmo. He gets a 15, so he fails. Other one fails. The last one gets a natural 18. I'm going to call this difficult terrain just because he's going through it. So he does get slowed down a little bit, but doesn't fall. The first 2 fucking head over heels just slip in your flat, spread out slimy form. And just go fucking ass over tea kettle into the bar. The other one is like slipping up, freaking meme style, like on the ice, trying his best to not, or on the slime, trying not to do the same as he grabs onto a chair. But at this point, the 2 goblin girls are just, at this point, are like right beside you, Dazes and Floof. What are you 2 doing while this is going on?
Can I use my create or destroy water spell?
Okay.
And just put a big ass puddle on the floor,
Okay.
like between them, essentially. So like,
Yes.
who's trying not to fall now has to try more not to fall, basically.
Okay. What is the total size of the water that you can create?
So it says up to 10 gallons,
Okay.
or alternatively, it says, the size of the cube increases by 5 feet for each slot level above first, so I guess a 5-foot cube, or 10 gallons.
Okay. Yes. So so you dump just a huge, like, it's the equivalent of like dumping a large container of like a rain collector's completely full of water onto the ground in front of him. What is, let's see.
It does take an action, though,
Does take,
so
yeah, well,
it'll take a few seconds.
that's fine. Is there a save DC associated with it? Because I like what you're trying to do.
I don't think so. I'm trying to see how I can display it, but it doesn't really have a save DC because it's just creators.
Right, because it's not really an
It says
attack.
it uses wisdom as my spellcasting ability.
Okay.
So I
Well,
guess wisdom save.
well, it's not really a wisdom save because you're creating a physical object, but we'll take it as a dexterity save. So what is your wisdom modifier?
My wisdom modifier is +4.
Okay. I'll use that as part of it, so that will be added to it. And you are proficient with that, so we'll go ahead and take that. So your DC for that would be 8 plus 4 plus your... so it'd be 15 dex save. So it's a little bit lower in this case. So we'll go ahead and see if he can successfully get by this additional puddle that you've now poured at his feet. He does not. He gets a 13. So he, again, misses the slime, but then immediately steps into this body of water up to the middle of his shin, and just, again, goes ass over tea kettle into one of the loungers, feet fully up the opposite direction, up into the air. Floof, what are you doing as this is going on?
I turn in my chair with my drink, and I am just gonna kind of watch this happen because I am obviously aware that these guys are trying to help them, but I'm maybe resentful is not the right word. But the last time I tried to interfere with those two goblin girls didn't really work out for me, so I'm just sitting and watching.
Okay, you sit and watch, and right as they are about to reach the door, you hear a pair of incantations from two different people get called out from the other side. Give me just a moment here. I gotta roll some saves for these two. Unfortunately, you watch as the two goblins, right as they're grabbing the door, each one of them, just as all the momentum's moving forward, you just watch in real time as if it stopped in motion, like someone hit pause on the play button. Just muscles tighten up in complete seizure mode as the two are just stopped in that position as Prim is grabbing the door from the other side, exiting the train. And you watch from the other end of the car, falling behind are the dark-haired elven woman, as well as the blonde-haired elven woman, each holding their hands out as they seemingly cast some sort of spell. As these two these two goblin girls are just held in place as they are attempting to run to the other side of the train.
Sorry, who are the two people that are holding Prim and this?
As they get closer, you recognize the first as Lady Garmon.
Okay.
And as she is stepping closer and closer, you watch as she is reaching for something against her waist, a sort of pitch black sort of medallion on the end of a chain in this process. And you watch as the blonde-haired elven woman is continuing to hold this position. You lying little goblin devil! As you hear her call out from the other side of the train. I knew we should have left you in that mine! And you watch as she's begins to clench down on this pitch black jewel on the end of her waist chain, as she relinquishes the spell, but that chain around the girl's neck begins to tighten as they begin to fall to the floor and gasp for air. What do you all do? We'll start with you, Trash.
Do I know what this spell is, or do I recognize that it's the medallion that's causing this? I'm trying to find a way to end this tightening is what I'm trying to gather at.
Give me an Arcana check.
Shit, I rolled so bad. 10 total.
10. It's hard to say, but you can see there's definitely an association between this medallion hanging from her waist chain, a number of these medallions, and you see that there's one in particular that she's grasping upon in the palm of her hand and squeezing it down.
Okay. Shoot. I don't want to openly attack her, but I do want to stop her from doing this. So dear. Oh, okay. I don't know, because I know we kind of are just theater the minding it a little bit. I'm still goo, but I would like to cast a spell.
Dispel magic.
Um.
Or
So
what spell are you? Can you put it in the chat?
no, I unfortunately I don't know dispel magic. I guess I'm just trying to ask more so, like, do I have to spend, like, an action, like, reforming, or do I have an action to take, or...
I would
that
say that's
kinda-
part of your movement.
Okay.
Because you can move through, as your slime form, you can move through areas as thin as 1 inch. So, and that's part of your movement. So I would say reforming probably isn't really an action. We would just call that part of
Okay.
your movement.
Right.
Unless you were specifically trying to grapple somebody, like by engulfing them, then at that point that would be like an attack roll. Does that make sense?
Right, right. I'll say that I'm going to try... Oh boy, I don't even know what to do. Yeah, I just want to... This is gonna be... It's gonna be dangerous, because I don't want to hurt, or I don't want to, like, outright attack Lady Garmon, but I just need to, like, I'm trying to, like, maybe hit the medallion or snap her out of it.
Okay. You could
So-
certainly, you know, try to disarm them.
Yeah,
If
so...
that's what you're attempting to do.
Yeah, I think so, because it's not like I have a dispel magic or anything. Could I say that I recognize that this might be like maybe like a higher DC to hit properly, or because I'm not trying to harm her, I'm just trying to hit the medallion or disarm.
You can declare it'll still, like, you can
Like an
declare
unlethal.
yeah,
or-
non-lethal strike. Like, you'll still do damage,
Yeah.
but it'll be a non-lethal strike. To hit
Okay.
a specific smaller target, I would say it would have a higher AC in that circumstance, but but again, you can certainly try.
Okay.
So how are you going about this?
I guess, yeah, I'm just, because barring, like, casting actual, like, magic on her, which I think would escalate things greatly, I think I'm just gonna try to use my crossbow, but specifically just to hit the medallion.
Okay.
To, like, I don't know, like, either knock it out of her hand or destroy it or something, because
Sure.
at least my thought process is that's what's tightening the chain around the little girl. And
Right,
I
yeah,
don't-
of
I
course.
don't like that, so I'm gonna try it, and...
All right, go ahead and give me a ranged attack. If trying to hit the medallion, I'm gonna say this probably has, with her normal AC, which isn't super high, they're not wearing armor. But given that it is a small object in someone's hand, so we're gonna say it has 3/4 cover. I'm going to say the DC for this one will be a 15 in order to successfully disarm. So go ahead and give me a ranged attack with the crossbow.
Okay. Please. Yeah, not great. So ranged attack is... Oh, I rolled a 7, but it's +8, so it's 15. So it, like, just hits.
If it meets, it beats. You watch as you all watch as in one swift motion reforming, you watch your companion Trash reform into her normal rattling-like shape as the crossbow slings up from where it was on the floor, now swinging up as the arm reforms, all in a fluid motion, fires a bolt that sails by and just grazes over the top of Lady Garmon's hand, just ever so lightly grazing the outside as she goes, ah! as she drops the stone that she's gripping tightly on her waist chain. As you watch the stone fall out of her hand, you can see as the small goblin girl begins to cough and as the tension around the neck begins to dissipate.
Goated.
What are you doing? This one killed my husband! While this is going on, Dazes, what are you doing?
Well, after she says this one killed my husband, I look at Rivo. In a way to where I want him to notice that I'm looking at him.
Okay. He
Just to get his attention.
kind of gives you the, like, you know, the arms up, like, I don't know what's going on. Is there something that you say to him? Like, he...
There's nothing that I wanted to say out loud right now, I guess. I just wanted to make sure he was aware of the situation, I guess, in a way.
I ain't got no idea what's going on here.
That's alright. He does have all the information. I don't know if there's anything in particular I want to do. Is that blonde-haired elven lady still
She is...
on the spell?
Yes, she is very clearly focusing on Prim as they are caught in whatever spell, basically holding their body in place.
Okay.
Why do you
Yes, I
think,
will. Oh, go
like,
ahead.
or I was just gonna say, why do you think she did it or something? Because, but I don't.
We'll come back to that one. We'll if you're gonna say that, we'll come back around to that here in a sec. Aziz, is there anything you would like to do before I give Floof a final opportunity to kind of move through this whole reaction?
Yeah, I will. I guess I just kind of want to maybe just step between. I guess it would be like between the three people who fell, like Parvo and the other two, and so I guess it's like behind them, but in front of Lady Garmond and the blonde-haired elf.
Okay.
And just try to, I guess, just try to calm the situation a bit.
Okay. As you step in front and you try to you know, wordlessly diffuse the situation, give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
It's a pretty high DC, but go ahead and give me a persuasion.
My persuasion, I don't rely on it. Oh, look at that. There's a 1.
Ooh.
Woo woo!
You watch as the blonde-haired half-elven woman, with her other hand that isn't focusing out towards Prim, she turns with the backside of her hand and whap! It doesn't do any damage, but you get a strong backhanded slap. Get out of my way!
I've been pimp-handed.
You have no place in this, sir. Remove yourself! With that, we are to Floof. With that stinging cheek, we are going to Floof.
All right. I guess seeing that Disease is trying to create some distance / calmness of some sort here. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cast Entangle on that end of the train to stop all of them.
On the side with Parmo's crew and the two elves or half elves.
Yes.
Okay.
This would be interesting.
What is the DC?
Let's see. Strength 15.
15. They do not have good strength, so this we'll see how this goes. Yeah, that's a failure on Lady Garmon's part. The other one gets a nat 20, surprisingly, as she kind of gracefully rips her heels out of the entanglement. She's still in the terrain. Like, it is still difficult. It's entangled. Like, are you casting on an individual person, or is it an area of effect?
It's a 20-foot square.
Okay, so yeah, they're still in there, but they're not like entangled by it. So,
Okay.
and then Tarmo and the others have to make that save.
I need to make a save too.
Yeah, you'll need to make the save as well, as you are in that location.
What kind of save is it? Strength?
15 strength.
15 strength. The one does succeed, but he is still in. And then Tarmo succeeds as well, but he is still in the entangle. So in 6 seconds, they'll have to remake the save.
Okay.
And yeah, you succeed as well. You're not restrained or by the vines, Dazes, but it will cost you more movement unless you have some sort of feature to expedite, because it is difficult terrain that he's created.
Yep.
But as this is happening, you listen now as a booming voice from Tarmo calls out, projecting outwards far more than any normal humanoid voice. Everyone, enough! Randir, lock the doors! And you listen as steel grates slam down on either side of the car. As Tarmo stands up. Everyone will calm down now! We are locked in, and no one is leaving here until we have an understanding of what in the hells is going on. Everyone, drop the spells, drop the weapons, and Rivo, for the love of God, drop the booze. And you look over as Rivo is like taking a drink, not knowing what the hell is going on.
I respect that.
All right.
Fair. I was gonna say fair.
Now, everyone, calm the hells down. This time, you watch as the situation begins to calm. There is still an intense tension in the air. Rivo, pull us all a glass of water right now. And everyone, we are not going anywhere unless I say so. This cabin is locked. The only two people that can unlock it are myself or the engineer. Is that clear? You look over the two half-elves. Although not happy about it, begin to relax and relinquish their concentration as you watch Prim's body begin to loosen and come back as she grips the door handle, but finds that it is locked and it is barred on either side with thick steel bars that have dropped down from the ceiling. And you, Mr. Floof, please remove these vines from my car, please.
I'll look at Dazes and Trash for approval.
I'm not.
Okay, I will lift the concentration.
Okay. You all watch as the vines that were otherwise climbing up your legs, climbing over you, trying to restrain you now, have begun to wilt and disappear into the carpet. Now, everyone, have a seat. Please have a seat at the bar. We are going to talk about this. By the time we arrive in Tafir, one way or another, we will understand what is going on. Or I will hand everyone over to the authorities. Is that clear?
Understood.
You watch as Rivo, Prim, and the two half-elven noblewomen nod. There's still a sense of reservation that you can sense from everyone, but you can tell now that everyone realizes that they are locked into a box. Have a seat. We're going to go over what happened and why in less than 48 hours I am about to have an aneurysm. Why? Let's start at the beginning. And you look over as Rivo looks at the two half-elven ladies. Please calmly explain why you began chasing my staff member and your attendant through this train. That one. And you listen as as Lady Garmon takes a deep breath. That one has on her person poison used to kill my late husband. You look over as Tarmo looks to Prim, and that one's name is Trockle. She was my intendant. Given a outstanding opportunity to increase her lot in this world, and instead, she bites the hand that feeds her. Goes as far as to kill. Not only conspire, but kill my husband. And she pulls out, I found this in her compartment. In her bags. And she pulls out a small, darkened green vial. Will you hand that over, please? And she calmly hands it over to Tarmo as he uncorks the small vial. And with a bit of distance, takes a Yes, that certainly is something you would not want to partake of. As he corks it back. During the last regional war, I can say that for certainty that has every bit the tinge of deadly nightshade. Now, and he turns to Prim, the staff member. Prim, what is going on? That one was trying to escape with the murderer. And you watch as Tarmo tries to calm Lady Garmon one more time. Prim, please come over here and explain to me what's going on. And Prim, you know, although you, Floof, and you, Dazzy, saw the intensity in her protective nature, that intensity is all but gone. You see a distinct fear in the eyes as she walks over. And doesn't say anything. But grabs a napkin from up on the bar and kind of climbs up onto one of the bar stools and grabs or reaches out to Rivo and asks for something, like making a writing gesture, and he grabs a pencil or a pen to write with an ink quill, and she writes on the napkin the two words: liar and framed. While this is going on, what are you all doing?
Would I have been able to catch a whiff of the vial to see if it did in fact match the nightshade I found on the body?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the strong... You are almost absolutely certain that it is full of that same sort of chemical. And with that roll, you can tell that it is higher concentration. You can definitely tell that. Like, it is almost pure liquid deadly nightshade. Like, it is pure extract. And with that certainty, you also realize that previously that the scent that you got, although an older scent of the substance you found on the lips of Lord Garmon, it seems much stronger in scent. Like the scent you got previously seemed somewhat diluted. Is what you gather from that roll.
Okay.
Like this seems stronger.
Okay.
Like the difference between smelling... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to think. It was diluted likely in a way that was consumed in a beverage. That's what I'm gathering from that anyway. I'll just confirm that I'll just say that is what killed him. It smells same, but less strong. So I'll throw it out there. I don't know if I would have said anything else.
You watch as Tarmo places the vial on an empty spot on the bar top. Well, we've determined the what and the how. Not so much the what did the deed, but who and how, where and why are still a mystery. While this is going on, Dazes and Trash, what are you doing?
Well, Floof did my thing. I was gonna ask to see the vial, but he didn't need it.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry to interject. I just wanted to say, is that note that was written, that by who wrote "Liar" and framed? Is it the elf girl who's paralyzed right now or whatever?
No, that would have been Prim, the staff member, the other goblin girl, the staff member.
Okay. I
The
just
one-
want to make like a mental note if that handwriting matches anything on the note that was found.
Do you ask that of Tarmo?
I'll ask
No,
to see the
because
note.
the singer wrote the
to-
note, right?
Looking at that and looking back, you would see that no, it does not match the handwriting. It is very chicken scratch, like yeah, very rudimentary. Like, you know, it looks like somebody who just learned to write letters in English. That kind of handwriting, like a third grader wrote it.
Okay, noted.
How big would you say the vial is of deadly nightshade?
It's a small tincture. Probably no more than a couple ounces, maybe,
Okay.
of liquid inside of a thick-walled glass tincture of like a dark greenish color to shield it from sunlight.
But as you said earlier, this is kind of like a special variant, and you would have to know what you're doing to gather this and kind of distill it.
Yes, from your experience, there's nightshade and then there's deadly nightshade. They're of the same genus and plant, but one is exceedingly poisonous, and another you would have to ingest an obscene amount to actually get injured by it to do any damage. But the other one, even a small dosage ingested through either the soft tissues or ingested in some sort of medium would most certainly cause asphyxiation and death.
Maybe I'm speaking a little bit too passionately or out of turn, but seems like a little girl who grew up and was apparently found in the mines might not exactly have the botanical knowledge to know exactly the type of nightshade that is extremely toxic to people, and then have the further knowledge to turn it into a tincture to carry it on their person to use as a weapon to murder someone. And even if they didn't do this and they bought it, she doesn't look like she makes a salary. So I know none of this is hard evidence, but doesn't it seem more like this poor girl was set up?
What is to stop her from simply stealing it? She's willing to murder. What's to stop her from stealing?
What do you mean by she's willing to murder?
Well, clearly she used this. It was in her pack. If she's willing to murder, thievery is but a small stone to jump. And this is coming from Lady Garmon. While this is happening, you watch Trash as you're sort of bringing up this contradiction in logic, you watch as Prim points to the goblin who's just cowering right now in the corner. You know, her hands around her throat, trying her best to not make eye contact with anyone. You watch as they are writing. They are writing very crudely, and it takes a minute and a couple attempts to write, but it writes, you see the name Trackle, which you recognize as the name of the other goblin. Trackle, Trackle.
Mm.
And then below that, you see the word family. As they point.
Who are they writing this to?
To trash, but you would be able to see it if you were in close proximity. You would see this napkin.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll say, in response to what Lady Garmon said, I'll say, Lady Garmon, you seem to be working under the already assured assumption that this young goblin is the guilty party.
Clearly, she had the poison in her pack! She was carrying around the murder weapon!
Exactly. Don't you think that's a little suspicious?
You said yourself. She's clearly, she doesn't have the greatest of intelligence, but even the dumbest of goblins would understand that poison kills people. It wouldn't take much.
Where would she have communicated with someone to explain, I need to kill someone, please give me what you've got to kill a human, and also now I'm gonna steal it? This just seems like a lot of work. She's a mastermind that's been hiding under your nose this whole time. Do you really, of what you know of her, do you really think that she's been capable of doing all of this? Of the way?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. And you can do so with advantage.
And I'll go ahead and add on that, I guess. Well, I guess I can wait until the roll.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just,
That was 17 and 18 plus. Sorry, this is persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion.
So 20 total.
20 total, so dirty 20. Tarmo kind of nods and puts a hand over the increasingly more irate Lady Garmon. Point well taken. Perhaps we should replay the sequence of events in the last 24 hours. Our staff is on rotation. They are ordered not to allow any sort of outside food or drink on to the premises. And it would take quite an endeavor to sneak aboard something as dangerous as this. So, I do believe with a relative amount of certainty that one of our staff members would have noticed something in our onboard inspections if someone were attempting to bring such a large dosage of deadly poison aboard the train. Point well taken. That being said, it's clearly here. So something is amiss. Who here has an association with the deceased? You slowly watch as Lady Garmon and she looks over at Trackle, beginning to point towards the stone at her waist as the little goblin girl slowly raises her hand as well.
I raise my hand.
You knew the deceased before getting on the train?
I slowly lower my hand.
Is there anyone else on the train that knows Lord Garmon? Prior to our onset.
Would
There
any of
does
the
happen to
other
be-
guests? I was just gonna basically. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Do you say that out loud?
Sure do.
You slowly look. Well, there's the Lord Almanor. Doesn't he seem to know you alls? Yes,
Why we
we've
dined
done.
together the other night? No.
Parmo looks over. Someone please gather Lord Almanor and have him come here immediately. And while this is going on, Parmo takes a drink of water. It's a couple minutes of awkward silence while this is going on, while a staff member rushes to go grab Lord Almanor. What are you all doing while this is going on?
Can I just want to straight up, you might not give me the information, I want to straight up ask, what's his name, Darmon? The train conductor?
Oh, Tarmo?
Tarmo, thank you. I'd just like to ask him, let me see, I don't want to word this. Ask him if they ask him what they discovered about the crime scene after we were ushered out. If he would be so generous as to discuss, but he may decline.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. It's going to be pretty high.
I figured. My rolls have been bad.
12. I cannot disclose information that would otherwise change what you might tell me. I hope you understand. I'm trying to remain impartial as the owner and proprietor of this establishment. I'm already going to have to explain the death of a passenger due to bone collectors, and now I have a murder on my hands. I'm sorry.
I'll respond and say, I do understand, and I'll lower my voice a bit, and I'll say, in that case, I hope that the information we're able to provide you will clear up any misconceptions about what happened here.
Of course. You all were the first to come upon the crime scene, yes? Besides, of course, our own staff member, Linda.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Would you care to share what you found? While we wait on Lord Almanor?
think that would be helpful.
So do you go about... I'm not going to have you repeat it all, but you share what you do find? Okay.
Maybe,
Unless there's something you want to withhold.
No, I mean, the train conductor seems trustworthy enough. I just want him to be, like, the only person who hears the information, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, like, I would just be like to Dazes, be
away.
like, to step away and
Step away
also
for a second,
just
yeah.
make sure the information that is shared is confidential so that it cannot be used to hurt our sources, basically.
Mhm. So yeah, do that. But yeah,
Okay.
we'll step away to, like, I guess the other side of the car for a moment while I relay the information.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping our sources anonymous.
Of course. While I have you here, when was the last time did you see... You were among Lord Garmon's party the night before he was found deceased. Were you not?
Yes, we were enjoying a meal with their party.
When was the last time you saw Lord Garmon?
I guess I can recount the time at which we last knew he was alive, which was the late night when he was outside on the back deck.
So your friend was having a discussion with Lord Garmon the night before he was murdered.
That is correct, yes.
Don't wish to admit that is slightly incriminating for your friend and yourselves, but given that
Yes,
you
it is.
gave the information, I will take that into account. You gave the information willingly. I will take that into account. That a guilty party certainly wouldn't share such an information, but I will certainly take that into account. But I also must let you know that you are one of the last to see him alive.
I understand, of course.
But you did mention the young lady over there, Miss Esterina.
Yes, we did leave her outside with Lord Garmon when we retired to our quarters.
Perhaps she may have more information to share. Having been truly perhaps the last person to see him alive. It's good to know. And right as he's finishing that sentence, you watch as one of the attendants brings in Lord Almanor into the entertainment car, and you watch as the bars drop directly. I say, what in the world is... Oh. Well, this is quite the gathering. What is going on? And you watch as Tarmo points to one of the seats at the bar. Lord Almanor, please have a seat. We have some questions for you, among others. And you watch as he sits down. There are some missing portions of prior evening's accounts, as well as what occurred after the deceased was found. And you look as Lord Almanor looks over. Deceased? What do you mean deceased? Lord Almanor, one of our guests was found dead. We assume foul play. I'm sure you're familiar with Lord Garmon, and that is why you are here. Oh. Oh my. That is a bit of a shock.
Can I roll insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. You definitely sense that there is legitimate shock. But you also sense that there's a bit of half-truth in his reaction.
Okay.
That he is not... He doesn't give off the vibe of immediate guilt, but there's definitely something else going on.
Alright.
Now, I would like my staff. And you watch from the other side. Again, the bars open up, and you watch as Veridi is escorted in as well. And the doors shut tight. And you see, being in close proximity, Dazes and Floof, a distinct worry on Rivo's face as Veridi is escorted into the car.
I finish my drink and ask Rivo for another.
Friend, you need some water. Ain't no drinks right now. In fact, the fact that you ain't sober as a judge is pretty shocking. Rivo. Did you do anything beyond the norm last evening? I not beyond the norm. I made sure everybody had a good time, and Rivo, I am asking first and foremost, not as your boss, but as a shepherd of this family. Please be open and honest with me, please. For all our sakes. Right. I made... look. I'm not letting anybody hurt the ones I care about. Especially not that bastard right there. And he's pointing right at Lord Almanor. I don't know what you're talking about. Lord Almanor replies. Oh, you don't, do ya? You don't remember blackmailing people in a past life or two? Rivo, enough. What did you do? I may have made the drinks a little stronger than usual. But that's because somebody I care about came to me and said they was in trouble. I just made sure that the performance was better than it had to be. While this is going on, what are you all doing?
Nothing yet.
Enjoying the show.
Where is the note that we had?
You still have it as far as I know.
Okay. I mean, like, is it like sitting on the counter, or did we take it back?
You tell me. Rivo didn't take it.
Yeah, it probably is still sitting on the counter. I'll just kind of, I don't know, discreetly kind of put my hand over it just so that I'll know that it's there. You know, keep track of it. We might need it soon.
Rivo, you need to be more specific. What is going on? What happened? He blackmailed Veriti! You watch as this shock and this fear comes over Veriti's face as she kind of slinks over into one of the lounge chairs on the opposite side of the bar. And Rivo is... You see the hair on his head, the flaming locks just ignite. This is like the most intense you've seen them. Like he is not hesitating at all right now. I just made sure that she was safe. 'Cause this bastard thinks he can come onto our home and do whatever the fuck he wants. And threaten people? Sir, I don't believe I know what in the hell you are talking about. You are merely spouting conjecture of the lowest caliber. This is Lord Almanor. While this is going on, you watch as Lady Garmon... What does this have to do with the death of my husband? We know who killed him! She's over there right now! She had the poison! What does this have to do with anything? What are you all doing?
I am resisting the urge to slap Lady Garmon.
I'll just say, I believe in a short amount of time you'll understand the relevancy of this discussion, Lady Garmon.
By all means. I don't care who spiked whose drinks. As long as we find out who poisoned my husband. So would somebody please like to explain? What in the hell is going on here? We know who the killer is.
Indeed we do.
And whom, pray tell, is that?
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna Phoenix right point
Let's go.
Yes.
at Lord Almanar. Or, yeah.
You are having a laugh, friend. Under what circumstances? What proof do you have?
Well, I guess let's run through the evening. Start to finish.
Oh, please, I am all ears. And you watch as he sits down over the stool and looks at you with a coy smile. Go ahead and, while he's doing this, give me a perception check, Dazes.
Alright.
24. You look as he kind of gives you the seating stance, the Willy Wonka kind of smile and coyly with his right hand. And you notice that the thumb is on the wrong side.
The thumb is on the wrong side?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Like, normally, the back of the hand is clearly facing you, of his right hand. The thumb is on the wrong side.
Would I notice this?
You would not looking directly at him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a wild guess. I also don't notice this, right?
Not unless you were looking directly at him, no.
Mm.
By all means, friend, please explain. I would love to hear this story. I love games.
Okay. Well, let's start from yesterday evening. If you remember, we were my group of compatriots, you, Lord and Lady Almanor, were all gathered in the entertainment cart, enjoying a meal together, drinks, and a show.
Yes, by my hospitality, no less, and yet you are here blaming me of murder. But go on,
well-
I'm love to hear this.
Well, all my group of friends and I are not able to recount those events as we were indisposed for an amount of time.
Some people simply can't hold their liquor.
I do believe that good Sir Rivo can fill in the blanks of what happened during those few hours.
Right.
Rivo.
Right. Look, Verity, I'm sorry. I gotta come clean. Towards the end of the show, Tomo, Verity came to me. She was almost in tears. Came to me with a note from that bastard over there. Saying also saying that, well, long story short, Verity knows who that asshole is from a previous life. He was, you know, threatening to expose Verity. You know what I mean. Verity said, you know, make the drinks extra special. That way when, you know, she gives a rousing performance, then, you know, old Almanor can do what he wants. Without prying eyes. Because he's too big a pussy to do it himself. Yeah, that's what happened. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you recall more of the specifics of what you noticed from Lord Almanor during that time?
Yeah, he gave Garmon a little poke in the neck with his finger. When everybody started getting less, you know, happy-go-lucky and, you know, frilly-frolicky because of all the music and the drinks, you know, that's when Lord Garmon started getting a big old massive headache. And started complaining. And you, his wife, his girl, yeah, you came over, you know. He was asking for milk and tea. You know, what was it? Yeah, honey milk. Yeah, that one. I never forget a drink. He was asking for a drink for him to calm him down. So there you go. None of us did anything.
We shall see about that.
Well, we didn't do anything to try to kill the guy. We were just doing what we were told. No thanks to that asshole.
Now, I do believe at this time when we were coming back to is when Lord Garmond left to the observation deck. Is that correct?
Yeah, you and he and the big guy, your friend over there. Yeah, y'all you left. I saw you walk out. You went to have you and he, yeah, big guy. You went and had a chat with Lord Garmon. Well, see there. There's an opportunity, if any, for murder. Two of you were alone this whole time.
Who, me?
Yes, you, big one. Sorry to say, a little poke of the neck doesn't represent death by nightshade.
Why would I kill him?
I don't know.
Why would you poke his neck?
Oh, boy. Well, I guess I should come clean about my little dealings with Lord Garmon. What do you all know of the lunarium trade?
Enlighten us.
I won't say anything, but my eyes do perk up.
Let me rephrase that. What do you know of the lunarium trade that isn't in the Jamila dynasty? The more black market version.
I do believe we may have seen a bit of its effects at times.
Well, do you know that Lord Tavarius Garmon was not so much a lord, but simply a less than savory dealer of sorts, let's say. You shut your mouth! My husband! Oh, please, lady. You know darn well what your husband was doing. He and I had these sort of dealings for years. Were it not for me and my connections, your husband would be nothing more than the back alley brigand that he started as. His very title as a lord comes by way of me. I simply wish to make a deal where it seems appropriate. Your husband wanted nothing to do with that anymore. Lord Tavarius Garmond is going clean out bullshit. You need proof of it? That little goblin girl over there. You know, the one with a little constricting piece of jewelry? Yes. Yeah, that one. Yeah, there's loads of them in the Tavarius mines. He made his fortune exploiting slaves. Lord Tavarius the Butcher? Ring a bell? Or has that one fallen into the sands of time? I simply wanted to make a deal. I wouldn't kill the man. Why would I kill the man who I attempt to profit from?
Could easily be because he didn't agree to your deal in the end.
Oh, there's always a deal to make. Especially when things go sour. And Lord Garmon's deals always go sour, unfortunately. I simply have to wait. He'll come crawling back at some point. Well, he would have if somebody else hadn't offed him. Now I seek to gain nothing.
Does he seem like he's telling the truth?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Ooh, not bad. I mean, sorry, it is bad. It's 5.
You have no idea.
Well, let's get back to the matter at hand. Recounting the last 24 hours. Yes, my companion Floof did have a conversation with Lord Garmond in the observation deck. And I'll point to you, Trash, and I'll say, my friend and I kept a close eye on them as they had their conversation to make sure that nothing went awry.
Says you all? Seems a bit of a conflicting series of accusations here. What's to stop you from lying about it right now?
Well, I'm hoping that our friend the conductor will take all of this information and make his own come to his own conclusions.
Of course.
But as we left, I do believe that there was someone else left in the observation deck, along with Lord Garmond, that evening. And am I remembering correctly that it was the blonde elven lady?
Yes, who you all now know as Lady Esterina.
Okay. And I'll gesture to Lady Esterina and I'll say, we left you out on the observation deck with Lord Garmond, if I recall correctly.
I seek no opportunity to lie. Yes, I was there. I was getting some fresh air. I've been traveling for quite some time, and I was tired, but still a bit wound up from the evening. I can also say that I saw your little escapades. What was it? Almanor? Yes, I saw what you did. Whatever you did, it wasn't a little poke. Seems like a great opportunity. Oh, please. We all know the cause of death was deadly nightshade. One doesn't administer deadly nightshade with a poke to the neck.
Yes, well, we had no opportunities to bring Nightshade onto the train. All of our bags were checked, all of our persons were checked as well, our clothing.
There are other ways to sneak things aboard, child. Lady Garmon should know that quite well. She's quite capable. aren't you? Having assisted the illegal exporting of Lunarium out of many, many places. Care to elaborate on how one could sneak a small, insignificant tincture of poison onto a simple little train? You were capable of smuggling quite a bit more than that, if I recall. Perhaps you still carry that lead-lined case of yours, Lady Garmon? That would be more than sufficient to block any type of scrying magic. You look as Tarmo kind of steps up from his seat and looks at one of the staff members. Go have Brandir take a look at the chest brought on by Lord and Lady Garmon. You will not touch my things, and you will sit down, ma'am! Go and confirm the structure of said box. Now, we have potentially 4 individuals that saw Lord Garmon prior to his death. Can anyone corroborate what our guest Dazes is explaining? Would like to add, perhaps, to the situation? Mr. Floof? You were directly speaking with Lord Garmon. I would love to know what you were discussing, or what you saw, having been on the deck itself.
We discussed Lunarium stuff. I wanted to kill, but didn't. I'll kill anyone dealing in Lunarium without hesitation.
Well, there you are! A clear motive! Lord Almanor shouts out. A practically committing the murder and then accusing himself! It seems we have a whole train full of people who dislike the poor bastard.
I want to kill you. I look at Almanor.
He turns and looks at you. Oh, I would love to see you try. Oh,
I
I
look
would.
forward to attempt to grab him by the throat.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna hold you back from that.
Tarmo puts up his hand, and you go ahead and make an attack roll.
I'm gonna attempt to stop him.
Is it
Okay.
just like a 20 or what?
20 to hit with unarmed strike. So go ahead and roll.
Oh, okay.
You're going to grapple. So go ahead and make an athletics check. In fact.
Okay.
16.
That'd be rough.
You watch as a shimmering shield of magic comes up beside Tarmo. As your hand goes to grab, you almost like break your knuckles on this shield of light. Mr. Floof, I would ask that you have a seat. Do not sit back up again.
I will not sit, but I will walk to the end of the train and pace in fury.
You do see on the shimmering shield of light a very small, fine crack. Just a little bit more, and you definitely would have broken through.
Oh.
It was very close.
Damn it.
Now. Believe we've heard enough heated conversation from that. We'll come back to you, Mr. Floof, when you've had time to cool your head. Ivo, get him some water, please. He starts pouring you a glass of water. You should probably calm down, friend.
I'll pick it up and I'm throwing it across the room at Almanor.
You watch as it hits the shield one more time and shatters.
Okay, fair enough.
Any more outbursts, Mr. Floof? And I will make sure you take a long nap for the rest of the day.
I go back to my end of the train car.
Thank you. That on pause. Lady Esterina, would you like to explain what happened after these three supposedly left? Certainly. Lord Garmon approached me and was making very strong advances, which I quickly declined. I am not that kind of lady. I even admitted that to his recently widowed wife here. Be perfectly honest in what occurred. But needless to say, I am not trying to incriminate myself, but after he seemed insistent upon certain things, I left. Did not board this train to fulfill one's carnal desires. While this is going on and this conversation is going on, Dazes, Trash, and Floof, what are you all doing?
Can I observe Lady Garmon's face as Lady Esterina saying this?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an insight check. 19. You notice now. Previously, Lady Garmon was quite irate. But she's sort of settled into a comforting position as she's sitting now. More comfortable than she really should be, having heard this. You would assume, given your past experiences with relationships, especially you, Dazes, would understand that that would be something, even if that person was admitting, it would certainly make you a bit angry. And there's almost no sign of anger from Lady Garmon.
Okay.
Like an unusual lack of anger. Trash, what are you doing?
I guess I'm just I'm taking it. I'm super suspicious of everything the Lord's been saying, because he's I can tell that he's very good at manipulating a room. And I'm trying to remember the questions that he's purposefully dodged and misdirected. The blackmail situation and the scenario where we were not cognizant yet last night being very much at the forefront of my mind. And I'm looking for an opportunity to bring that up again because I noticed that he did not address at one point that I asked what he did with poking or pricking Lord Garmon's neck. He just kind of laughed it off and misdirected. And I want to go back to that.
Okay. Do you push that question?
If there's a bit of a moment right now, like is there kind of a
There's a bit of a quiet moment right now as Tarmo is waiting for confirmation of the structure of Lady Garmon's luggage.
Yeah, I'll just ask,
or I'll just say like seems like there are 2 conductors in this train right now. Done a very good job of dancing around questions and pointing attention to things that you'd like us to focus on and misdirecting from things that you wouldn't like us to focus on, but the point stands, which is yesterday you had blackmailed one of the staff of this train into subduing a whole group of people to forget a quick passage of time, which during that time he had witnessed that you had approached our deceased guest. And maybe pricked his neck or something. I don't know if Brevo you saw, if it was just his hand, if he had a tool.
No, it was just his finger.
Does he have long nails? Like, can I see?
Looking closer, they just look... go ahead and give me a perception check.
That is a 13 total.
13. Normally you would not see it, and he's holding his hands out, and he's got 4 fingers up right now on the deal, and he's got his thumbs tucked underneath his hand, or both his hands sitting on the counter.
Sorry,
But
he's got 4 fingers.
He's got his fingers like up with his the back of his hands facing upwards towards the ceiling.
Uh-huh.
And he's got them together in sort of this flamboyant, sort of deal as he holds his hand around the cup of water, and you can't really see his thumbs the way he has them positioned. Holding this glass of water as he looks over his left shoulder at you. From the side of the bar.
May I see your hands, sir?
He turns them over. Go ahead and give me another perception check.
This is a 16.
16. You look up and you see two normal thumbs on either end of the hands. and 4 fingers in the middle as he faces his palms up towards the top of the car.
They appear to be regular hands to me.
As far as you can see, yeah. It looks like he's turned his palms up. His pinkies are touching in the middle, and his thumbs are on either side.
Do they still look like regular hands to me?
Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Okay. Give me a second. Get back to my computer. Oh, that's not a good roll.
Looks exactly like what I described trash. 4 fingers in the middle, pinkies touching, thumbs on either side. Would you like to know what I did?
By all means.
I will tell you right now, I have no intention of killing anyone. It's bad for business. What I did to Lord Garmon was a little trick I like to play called Modify Memory. But it doesn't seem to work as well when the person who I modify knows I am doing the modifying. I wanted his interpretation of our last business dealing to be a little more favorable. But I can't have him knowing I did that. So although I'm not the cleanest person in the world, I'm not a murderer. So... fortunately, I have no other leads for you. I don't know what to say to you. So I'll just come clean. This is unfortunately a business venture that failed. That's all it was to me.
I'm confused. You said you modified his memory? How so?
Well, our last business dealing didn't go so well. He didn't like the percentage of the contract that I negotiated with him, and unfortunately, he stated he would do no further business with me, and simply cut ties and disappeared for a number of years, and refused to pay me my just dues per said contract. That does leave a sour taste in one's mouth, so I simply wish to recuperate my losses from our past dealing. Or to do that when you kill somebody, if you catch my drift.
Sure, but if he's out of the black market game, then...
Oh, he's not out of the black market game. He can tell you that all he wants. Am I right, Lady Garmon?
No, I mean his death would create a vacuum. And wouldn't you be a good person to step in and...
No. Lord Garmon is small potatoes. He thinks himself a king of his own little world. But what he doesn't realize, he's simply another pawn in my game. I have many other opportunities, and I will simply find another Lord Garmon in the future.
Right, because pawns are expendable.
Yes. But I don't willingly kill people. No. No, like I said, I modified his memory. I was simply trying to squeeze a little bit more juice out of this grape, if you catch my drift.
Does he seem like he's telling the truth?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
My insight is not the best. It's 10.
10? As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Did Lady Esterine finish giving? Was that her whole statement?
She hasn't said much of anything yet. She stated, I'm sorry, yes, she did. Yeah, she said she returned after she was approached in a unfavorable way. And I won't go into detail, but hopefully that's enough to understand.
Okay.
As you're thinking this, one of the staff members returns on one side of a large trunk. And on the other side of said trunk, another staff member is carrying both sides of this as they bring it into the to the car and drop it down. It makes a loud thud. It is seemingly very heavy. Boss, this is whatever the hell they got in this thing is. It is real heavy. It is deceivingly heavy. And you look at Lady Garmon. What are you doing with my personal belongings? Put that away! You do not have my permission to... And you watch as Tarmo's hand go up. You are aboard my property, Lady Garmon. You are a guest of the Railway Tavern. And I ask one more time. What is this made of? I will ask you clearly. Well, it's simply a well-constructed... I didn't ask for qualifiers, madam. I simply asked what. You watch as the face kind of constricts and you see visible nerves for the first time from Lady Garmon. Well, it's constructed to conceal the items within inside. And what is used to conceal said items, Lady Garmon? It has a substantial lining of lead. Trash, you would understand from basic study of basic magics and things that you've watched from the magistrate, things that they want concealed from any form of scrying magic is traditionally locked in at least an inch of lead. Lady Garmon, please open this. I never... And you watch as she reaches for her side where that jewel was, but also there's a key hanging on it. She unlocks it and moves up the the lid, and it is a well-lined velvet wrapped interior, but you can clearly see around the outermost portion, just inside the main structure of the box itself, is almost exactly 1 inch thick of lead lining. I use this on all my luggage to conceal from people who would otherwise steal from me. Or to conceal poison! You hear from Lord Almanor. Leave it to a noblewoman to blame her servants when things go sour. What a shock! While this is going on, what are you all doing?
I'm still just in a fit of rage, trying not to start throwing hands at everybody.
I was thinking of
Go ahead.
maybe
You go
trying to
first.
ask Prim to ask Trackle if she's aware of how she came in to be in possession of the Nightshade, like if the lady like snuck it to her or it did mysteriously appear in her bag. Does she know anything about it?
You say this to Prim?
Yeah, because I feel like Prim has been translating for Trackle, so.
You watch as Prim nods and walks over to Trackle, who's still kind of cowering in the far end of the car. And you hear subtle whispers. Does anybody speak Goblin?
No.
No.
Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Well, none of you understand. You hear, you just hear whisperings in a very, very gravelly sort of language. It is, oh man, how do I describe it? It is more a series of squeaks and grinding of teeth and guttural like syllables more so than a language. But you do hear a bit of back and forth between the two of them. And you watch as Tarmo is actually listening intently to this whole conversation. As Prim, after a few moments of back and forth with Trackle, walks over to Tarmo. And you hear this again. It's weird. It's like Tarmo's clearly sort of speaking back in that same sort of language. But it's like a mixture of refined, like polished gravel, I guess. It is one of the strangest verbal encounters that you've heard of somebody trying to speak in a rather disgusting sounding language, but in an accent that is otherwise very refined. It's like polishing a turd. But I see. No. He does not know how... She claims, at least, that she does not know how the poison was found in her belongings. She's not given much. She has a handful of small stones that she brought with her from the mines, as well as a small broken ring that she was allowed to keep from the lady after it was dropped and damaged, as well as a handful of broken ribbons and other items that she finds valuable. But she has no knowledge of such a substance. You liar! Lady Garmon, I will ask that you be quiet, or I will silence you. Now, that being said, the question is still, how did such a poison enter Lord Garmon's body? I believe if we can answer that, then we may have our true culprit.
When you all look at the body after we were ushered away, did you find anything of interest in the manner of death?
To share what I can without influencing anyone's opinions or lies.
Well, let us share what we came across instead.
I would love to hear it. And then we can compare notes.
So, I don't remember if it was Trash or Floof who was looking at the body when this was discovered, but I recall that the throat of Lord Garmond was swollen or suffocated, close up, however you want to say it, from the inside out, I believe, or from the inside of his body. So that would be from, his stomach region.
Not necessarily. I am not a connoisseur of fine poisons, but I can certainly tell you that deadly nightshade does not kill one from the stomach. It constricts the blood vessels upon contact with the soft tissues. It will suffocate and constrict the airways, and that is what kills anyone who consumes it.
I see.
And this match above the table, outside of character trash, you would understand this from your knowledge as well, and your understanding of your check.
Mm-hmm.
That the deadly nightshade kills its victim from asphyxiation.
Okay.
It's not necessarily like a blood poison or a things like it. Usually, it causes constricting of the airways due to swelling and bursting of the blood vessels, which causes asphyxiation long before it ever enters the stomach.
Okay.
So continue. What did you find? Is there anything else?
I believe something else we saw was his lips when Floof checked it. I believe Floof saw, no, this might have been trash. Actually, no, Floof saw, I smelled the nightshade on his lips. And I believe Trash also found a thin, like veneer film substance as well?
Yes.
Yes. Kind of like a paste, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. We didn't notice that, but That is certainly interesting. He has every sign of asphyxiation and consumption of deadly nightshade, yet there was no sign of that in... We found the drink and there was no detection of poison among it. See? See, I didn't kill the dude! Thank you, Ivo. We get it. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but please keep it calmer. Right. So the medium of poisoning was not the drink. Something else. You have a sample of the substance.
Did I take a sample?
I think you scraped a little bit.
I was trying to. Yeah. Okay. I can present it.
He carefully looks at the substance and, begins to scrape it onto a like a piece of silverware, like something that wouldn't absorb it, and like check its consistency. And you again, Floof, would smell the scent of this nightshade on this substance as you get closer.
Okay, I'll share that as well. In a very furrowed and angry growl type of situation.
Right. Conductor? And you hear for the first time Veridi speak up. Now, I'm not too familiar with what gets put into this high dollar stuff, but that there looks like some type of lipstick. It's got that there consistency. As she's saying this, what are you all thinking?
I'm looking at the last person that might have locked lips with Lord Garmon.
What are you looking at? This is Esterina. You think I killed him? I'm not wearing lipstick.
Not now.
You are welcome to search my belongings. I have not an ounce of the substance upon me.
There's the one with the wife.
Mm-hmm.
You're accusing me of killing my own husband!
Listen, at this point, we're looking for a person who would have potentially worn some sort of lipstick, who would have come in close contact with the inside of Lord Garmon's mouth. And it narrows it down a little bit, don't you think?
Well, I never...
I didn't kiss him.
Thank you. Thank you, Floof. I'm so glad you cleared that up. I was worried about that, so I thank you for just confirming. Just to be on the safe side.
I ain't judging where you wanna, whose lips you wanna be smacking on. Well, at least not in this case, but, you know. I wouldn't recommend it in this case. Rivo. Right. Search the trunk. What? I said search Lady Garmon's belongings. You have no right! I have every right, madam. I have watched 2 individuals die on my watch, and 2 more nearly die. I will find justice whether it is deserved or not. This is my home. These are my family, and I will not see them accused in front of my eyes, madam. Search the trunk. You watch as staff members begin to comb through the trunk. A number of items are immediately apparent. There are 4 sacks filled with gold coins. There is probably 2,000 gold pieces at least sitting in this trunk. And there's probably another 300 in precious stones. And you look over as Trackle kind of eyes the stones and points and points and points at the stones. And you see Prim begin to scribble something on the napkin. And you see the word mines written on the napkin.
These stones came from the mines?
She starts to scribble again, and you see the word... you see 2 words, and then a crude pair of parallel lines in between that you recognize as an equal sign. And those 2 words are... dead goblins. Mines. And then more scribbles. Mines. And you see like a crude like cross, a plus sign, mines, plus stones, dead goblins. And it takes a moment to really grasp the situation as Tarmo kind of walks over and begins to have a discussion while the search of the trunk is continuing. And again, you hear that sort of like gravelly language. Oh dear.
Can I... Oh,
Go ahead.
Can I just like discreetly check out what Lord Alderman thinks of it? Like not what he thinks of it, just can I take a discreet look at him, see how he's reacting to all this?
He's just cheerfully, he's got his leg up, he is sipping his water out of a wine glass.
Okay.
Just as pompous as could be. Like, completely, you know, relaxed, you know, just a complete asshole about it, but relaxed. Yeah, just that air of like, I'm not the one on the chopping block. Basically, like, has the sore winner mentality written all over his face.
Yeah, I'm sure it's quite obvious.
Yeah. But Tarmo kind of takes in what Prim is saying. She's told me that they both used to work in the mines. Their family. They're cousins. that I know and I can attest that Prim came to us a number of years ago. She was in a sad state when she arrived, and all she had with her was those knuckles that you see that she carries, as well as a bag of trinkets, not unlike the ones that you see Trackle carrying. Makes sense that and at this point you watch as Prim kind of pulls down her collar of her uniform, and you see a line around the neck in a similar location to where that collar would have been. Prim, take care of your cousin. Take care of your family. We'll see that this is made right. You will not touch my property, and ma'am, you will be quiet! And you watch as he puts his hand up, and that whole corner of the car goes whisper quiet. And inside, you look and see there's a number of letters that are pulled out and opened up, and you watch as Tarmo points to Lady Garmon. See that she does not step outside of that sphere. I do not want to hear her voice anymore today. And you can see she is just screaming, but there are no sounds coming from her voice. And as the attendants are holding her there, there's no sound coming, even though you see just shouts and yells coming from it. It's silence. But the inside, you see a number of letters, and Tarmo begins to flip through them. One of which is addressed to Lady Esterina Moonshadow. And you watch as he pulls it open and just quickly scans through. I fear my husband has no longer finds me useful. Sister, I ask your help. Here enclosed find tickets to meet in cabin at time. Make sure you are my husband will be. You watch as he drops his hand and the silence stops, and you immediately start hearing this screaming from Lady Garmon. You will remain outside of my... Wait. What is in your hand? At this moment, you watch... as the focus is on Lady Garmon, you watch as all the focus turns to her. There's a sudden flash as an individual vanishes from sight. The blonde-haired elven woman is no longer visible. What do you all do?
Not visible, as in
As in, she might still be there.
she's gone invisible, but
You cannot tell.
Can I smell anything?
Give me a perception check.
We don't have time for this. I am rushing in that direction to grab her.
There is a strong scent, and it is moving through the middle of the train.
I'm gonna try to cast Fairy Fire, I guess, and see if that'll reveal where she might have hidden.
Okay.
I'm gonna yell to Floof to grab her.
All right. You're casting Fairy Fire. What's the DC?
I think I have to. I'm just gonna use my cast button. The DC for it is it's just 15.
15? 15 dexterity?
15 dexterity. Yep.
Okay. You watch as this, what's the range on it?
It's a 20-foot cube, and then the range is 60.
Okay. So you would hit pretty much like a third of... Go ahead and, just for the sake of... Go ahead and do this, because 20-foot cube is about a third of the car.
Mhm.
You get a general consensus. We'll say, yeah. I mean, you have a general consensus based on the perception check of Floof, kind of sniffing her out. As you cast Fairy Fire, you watch as this slender elven form, this silhouette, begins to form around this woman that suddenly disappeared. What do you all do? Okay. Go ahead and give me a... go ahead and make an athletics check to grapple. Okay. You go to grab this figure, but they slip out from beyond your grasp as they continue to run towards the opposite end of the train car. And you begin to see, as they just drop this facade, you begin to see this mote of fire begin to form in their hand. But as this is going on, Floof, what are you doing?
I have no idea. I'm gonna try to entangle again.
Okay. What's
I'll
the...
cast it on. It's 15 strength.
15 strength? Okay. You watch as the vines begin to grasp at their feet. I will not be dragged into this, sister. You were supposed to be smarter than this. You watch as they drop this tiny mote of fire from their hand as they are halted in the middle of the car. I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw as the mote of fire drops to the floor and as the car is engulfed in flame.
Blood alcohol in here.
Oh god.
Oh, shit, I rolled terrible. Oh my god.
Same.
I'll be fine.
All right.
Must be nice.
Well, we don't know. It might be half damage. I did not like that noise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That did not sound good.
That sounded like it's at least 6 dice.
While we're waiting, can we talk
All
about
right.
how, Phoenix Wright pointed to the one person who seems to not be guilty.
Okay, so Floof, what'd you get?
5.
26 points of fire damage.
Sheesh.
Nice.
Oh.
Dazes, you got 26.
I did, yes.
That would be 13 points of fire damage. Trash, 26 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As a fireball goes off at her feet. And she is unconscious and burning alive in the center. The car is swiftly catching fire. What are you all doing?
I'm trying to figure out how many spells I have. Because I can't create and destroy water.
Okay.
But I don't know how many spells I have, so I gotta figure that out.
Is that a cantrip or is that a spell
It is a first
slot?
level spell.
It is a first level spell. Okay.
Yeah.
So, more than likely, it's probably a deal that you can only cast once a day due to it, if it's a species or racial thing.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
So it might only be once per day.
It's once per long rest.
Right. Okay. So once per long rest. So yeah, unfortunately, you would not be able to cast that a second time. But there are other means of, extinguishing this. Or, you watch as, and you also need to roll saves. You watch as, hold on. Harmo kind of covers himself and dodges out of the way. You watch as Lord Almanor just sits back on his chair and just chuckles. Doesn't even bother trying to dodge. But for some reason, he doesn't seem fazed by the fire. But your attention turns to those who are fazed by the fire as Prim is able to dodge out of the way, but does take a bit of damage as she's blocking Trackle. Trackle is unconscious, and then the two other staff members, one is unconscious. So there's about, including Lady Esterina, there are about 4 unconscious individuals. You have about 3 rounds before people start dying. What would you like to do?
Will Gust of Wind work on this type of fire?
You can certainly try. How are you using it?
From the end of the cabin where I was having my tantrum, I'll just force it to the opposite end. So I don't know. It's 10 feet wide. I don't know if that's enough, and I'll point it at the flames.
Okay.
And attempt to blow them out. And
is that a saving throw type spell or what?
It's just an action. Strength 15, I guess, is a save for anybody who's in the line of fire.
Right.
It doesn't say it damages them. It just says it pushes them 15 feet.
Right. I'll allow it. But we're gonna have to make some contested rolls here. Because you are using spells to try to put it out.
It also says it extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'll allow it. I will say it won't put out all the... These are not like candles and torches. This is like a roaring fire at this point. Like the whole cabin's burning up at this point. Like everything that's flammable is either on fire or about to be on fire.
Okay.
So, yes. Go ahead and give me... Give me a d20 roll, add your proficiency bonus, and add your spellcasting modifier. So your wisdom modifier. So it'll be +3. It'll be a d20 +3 plus whatever your wisdom modifier is.
Okay, so 15 plus 3 plus 4. So
with a 15, I will say that you are able to put out approximately 20 to 25% the flames as you bring your hands down with this gust of wind and just attempt to smother the flames out. But you watch as the fire further down the car is not not entirely extinguished. I would say about 60% of the flames are still heavily burning this area.
Okay.
With that, Dazes, what are you doing?
No idea at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know, I guess I can. Who's unconscious right now? Right?
There's Trackle, 2 staff members, and Lady Esterina, the one who cast the fireball.
Okay. That means that the conductor is not unconscious.
No, Tarmo is conscious, and he looks like he's trying to assess the situation and figure out what he wants to do to try to put out this fire, if at all. You can see he's trying to move towards the doors, potentially trying to disengage the locks on the doors.
Yeah, has he disengaged the magical locks or no? Not yet.
Not yet, because he wasn't as close, so I put him further back. I could have had you guys roll for initiative for this one, but we're kind of doing this kind of on the fly.
Did I blow him any closer to the door?
What's up?
Did I blow him any closer to the door?
Hey, yo, no
He
kidding.
didn't say.
I
it,
mean, the
okay.
fire marshal would generally suggest against blowing the fire at the escape route, but, you know, you do you.
So he's moving him towards one door.
Yes, he's moving to the opposite door. Floof, you're on the other side. You've put out the flames on that end of the car. So the car, the flames that were on the northern edge of the car are out.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are closer to the southern edge, going back towards the mithril or towards the passenger carts, are still roaring.
And that's the way he's going.
Yeah, he's trying to unlock that door. He's in the process of, it looks like, heading towards that door to try to unlock it and move people out.
Can I make it there faster than him?
Yeah, you can certainly try. You'd be running through fire and trying to dodge over it, but if you give me an acrobatics check, and are you trying to scoop anybody up? Like, what are you doing?
Is there anybody directly on my path?
There's Esterina, who cast the fireball. There is all those branches and entanglement that you cast, Floof, are lighting up like a Christmas tree. Lighting up like a dry Christmas tree on January 5th.
Okay.
So, good looking out trying to stop her, but you basically put a bunch of kindling under her feet. Same time. Yes. No, it was a good idea, just bad timing.
Yeah.
I figured I didn't know whether like the moat of fire would have given it away, but yeah, there's Esterina, and then there's also a staff member that is kind of hunched over one of the seats unconscious right now. Both within your path and grabbable, Dazes.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to make a decision. Do I want to try to get to the door to unlock it faster, or do I want to grab the guy?
If you were to run,
what?
you have... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I aid the conductor in getting to the door faster?
Yes, you can certainly run up and like push him forward if you want to. I'll say if you want to make an acrobatics check followed by a using your action to give the help action, then yeah, you can certainly do that. But give me an acrobatics check to start with.
Is he not open the door faster?
Right. Yeah, with a 24, you seamlessly and effortlessly, pole vault over the flames like a performance artist, and lean forward and grab Tarmo with your momentum and swing him forward over some of the other burning cushions beside him, swinging him towards the door as he Oh, God. Thank you. Can you try to be a little more gentle next time? Ow. But yeah, with that, we're to you, Trash. What are you doing?
Who's still in this room? Trackle in here?
Yes. So Prim is in the process of trying to move Trackle away towards the door that Floof has sort of extinguished. He was on the other side, moving in that northern direction along the train.
So do I have a clear path to her and then to like an exit, or will I get caught up in like
you were on the other side, closer to, you were kind of like pinned in between two flaming cushions right now. Or I'm sorry, you were at the like the southern end of the bar. So when this thing went off, essentially you were like within the middle 50% of the blast radius. I would assume like you could right now the only places that are safe for you to move is like behind the bar, or you can try to risk, you know, climbing over the bar to get to where you're going, either north or south. Or there's the staff member that's still hunched over that cushion, and their clothes are now beginning to ignite, and they're unconscious. They're going to start making death saves pretty quickly here. And Esterina is like smack dab in the middle of the car, and has, you know, she's going to again start making death saves immediately at the end of the round. But whether or not y'all want to try to save her is entirely up to you.
I guess like if I can, like my plan, I don't know like how feasible it is, but essentially just cast like, although I guess if I use this action I won't get it until next round, because I think I was trying to cast Expeditious Retreat, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I would give you, if you're going to use Expeditious Retreat, which generally allows you to move through, I think you can move through difficult terrain without losing any movement. Is that how it reads, or is that a different spell? That might be freedom of movement.
When you cast a spell,
I know you don't take opportunity attacks.
it just allows me to take the dash action.
Oh, as a bonus action.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll help, but...
Well, casting it as an action, and then your bonus action in your movement, that would give you 60 feet of movement. You could certainly do that. And you could take any number of routes. If you run through the flames, you're going to have to make... you're going to take some damage. Or you can try to climb and run over the bar and jump to a safe distance where it's not on fire.
Okay. Is there a chance I could grab someone along the way or no?
Yeah, you can certainly do that, but if you're dragging somebody, your movement is halved. So yeah, you can certainly do that. The person that's leaning over, they're like about 10 foot into the... they're about 10 or 15 foot away from the door.
Okay.
So moving them to the door with you would cost you 30 feet of movement.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, I'll do that. So at least there's a chance kind of thing.
Okay. Go ahead. Give me a athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
I guess they're not. Neither is really... Wait, what does that mean? I have advantage on them? Why?
To escape grapples.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, that because of your plasmoid form. Because you can basically squeeze out from somebody grappling you.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it doesn't give you advantage on all acrobatics checks.
Yeah, I was wondering what that advantage was, or that aid.
Right. We confirmed that last time.
So I'll do acrobatics because I have it slightly better than athletics.
Okay.
That was 19 plus 2 is 21.
Okay. Yeah. That's... Yeah, you adeptly, stretch your form over the top of the bar, grabbing hold, and as you swing back around, using the momentum of your leap, you're able to grasp hold of the unconscious staff member. And with that, you only take a small amount of damage as you just barely get over the edge of that flame. You take 3 points of fire damage. But you are successful in getting yourself as well as the unconscious staff member out of the fire. At this point, about 2/3 of the car is still burning. Let's see. It does not look good for Esterina. They are swiftly turning into charcoal.
Oops.
In the center. And you watch as... let's see, I don't know. No, they were unconscious as well, but Tarmo pulled them out. Referring to... you can see he's dragging... Lady Garmon out of the edge of the flame. She was further back when Lady Esterina was running through the center of the car and dropped the fireball basically at her feet. She was attempting to fling it back, but because of Floof's entanglement, she dropped it at her own feet. But yes, she's the only one that's still within like the danger zone of fire. And she's not looking good. But yeah, we are back to the top of the round with Floof. What are you doing?
So the flames at this point are only a danger to the one girl, Esterina or whatever.
Yeah, the one that was trying to escape and cast fireball.
I don't give a shit about her, to be honest. I'm gonna...
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to give Tarmo his opportunity. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Somebody roll me a d20, please. Just a straight d20.
I can do it.
12. You watch as he adeptly begins to turn the cog lock on these restraining bars, and they slide open. And then you see as he reaches out, he slams his fist against a button on the outside. Brandia! We need your help, please! And that is his turn. Now back to Floof. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I will see if I have any sick spells to use. I don't know. I'm going to move closer and just... I'm gonna thunderclap again. I feel like I'm still concerned about the fire. I'm just gonna try to put more of the fire out.
You mean gust of wind or thunderclap?
Yeah, gust of wind. Yeah,
Thunderclaps. Boom! Just blow the walls out.
Yeah. Oops.
All bad. Suddenly, this is 2 trains. No, okay. So gust of wind. Well, Esterina's in the path, and she can't do anything about it. So she gets yeeted, I guess, to the other end.
Okay.
So, she gets yeeted 15 feet?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another d20 roll. Add your spellcasting modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Okay. Well, it's a 10.
Oh, a 10. Not the worst, but not the best either. You put out about another 10 or 12 feet of the burning segment in front of you. And Esterina is just kicked into more fire, and at this point, oh my god. You watch as her eyes spring open, but she starts to scream as she scrambles back away from the flames, reaching out her hand to you, Trash, as she is the closest to you.
Ugh.
What do you do? She is like almost entirely engulfed in fire at this point and not looking great as she reaches out to you.
This
Please
is
help me!
Didn't she set the fire off?
Like her intention was not to kill herself, though.
Well, you know,
Which would
when
make
you
it worse.
fireballs, never,
Yeah.
you know, not ever.
Sometimes
not even-
fireball's not the solution, surprisingly.
Right?
But you have a choice to make as this woman stares you directly in the eyes, reaching out.
Well, aren't I already helping out someone else?
I mean, you helped out with your previous action. I would say this would be a reaction at this point. Do you choose... I'm giving you the choice. Do you choose to help this individual, or do you not choose to help this individual?
I mean, I guess if only to try to bring her to justice, I will try.
Okay.
So what do I roll? Like a still acrobatics or?
I will say there is no roll required to this. You
Oh, okay.
simply reach out your pseudopod and grabbing at her hand, drag her out of the immediate flame and into the corner beside the door. As you do this, you watch as Lord Almanor grabs the back of her what remains of her burning dress and puts out flames. It's quite noble of you. I can personally say I wouldn't have helped her, but since you already did the hard work, I'll see to this one. As he kind of flings her over his shoulder with ease. For that, Trash, you get a point of inspiration.
Nice.
Moral inspiration.
Moral ambiguity points! Yay! For the sake of expediting, and we're getting a little long in the tooth here, you listen now as Tarmo calls out over the intercom system. Randir! Randir, use it! Use it now! You watch as you hear this rumbling sound and you feel as the train begins to screech to a halt. And you watch as Floof coming from behind you, coming south towards the burning car. This like broad-chested, like very stout-looking hill dwarf man with bright ginger hair and beard is just charging forward. And despite the fact that you get the scent of like burning charcoal from him as he passes by, you also get the strange scent of lavender and lilac.
Oh, nice.
As he passes by, it is a strange scent. And as he passes by, he grabs this pendant that is hanging around his neck, and you watch as this fiery elemental creature springs forth from this pendant on his chest. Almost like a gigantic flame over the top of these smaller flames, kind of like a vortex beginning to spin them in the center of this car, and drawing them in as all the windows begin to slide upwards, and these flames are just immediately from the reduced pressure are jettisoned out the side of the cars. And the resulting negative pressure sucks back in, and any remaining like embers are just immediately snuffed out by this reduction of pressure. As you watch, the flames are extinguished by the combination of the window system as well as this fire elemental that this dwarvish man summoned.
Okay.
And you watch on the other side. Around here! Get the staff members! Get the medical kits! Get them now, please! And he stumbles back onto the railings as the train comes to a halt shortly thereafter. Oh, for the love of all that's holy. Thank you all. But for the next few hours, as this train remains stationary, the passengers are moved. Those who are uninjured are moved to the various carts or told to remain in their rooms until you all arrive at or near Tafir, the final destination city where you all are heading, while a number of the staff members begin the slow process of quarantining off the damaged car. But you realize, looking from both ends, that although the car itself looks like a bomb went off, the structure itself seems to be relatively undestroyed. The rails are still connected. You managed to save any lives, and even those that probably didn't deserve saving. You were able to prevent any further loss of life, as Tarmo and the staff were able to reduce the remaining flames to a controllable manner. It is longer than you anticipated, having anticipated to arrive in Tafir probably just before midday. It is late afternoon that you all arrive in one of the furthest cities from the capital where you arrived in the Jamila dynasty. Now you are arriving upon what looks like a much more spread oasis town after this harrowing incident aboard the railway tavern. You arrive in this riverside and lake scattered oasis town filled with all manner of individuals, dragonborn, a large number of half-orcish and goblinoid individuals, as you are now closer to the highlands, where a larger variety of orcish tribes and goblinoid tribes call home. You see this grouping of individuals now becoming more prominent. As you reach the northern edge of the Jamila dynasty, you see now a variety of Aarakocra flying amongst the clouds and the low cloud cover of the city from rooftop to rooftop, as you now are much closer to the northwestern corner of the mesas. Individuals scattered about. And as you approach the platform, you see a number of individuals taking note of the heavily damaged cart from the outside in the center of the train, as well as various forms of quarantine tape around the back half of the train. It is not a graceful entry as you reach the city, but nonetheless, you have reached your final destination aboard the railway tavern. Perhaps having to have a few more conversations before you can go along your way towards your goals, but...
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and say... we'll push the Lord Almanor apology. It happened already. I don't want to talk about it.
But you arrive now in the city of Tafir, the northern half of the Jamila dynasty. And we'll go ahead and call it there for the evening on that very long extended note.